Check, check.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to ask everyone to try and find their seats. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Good morning and welcome back to the Fall 2018 meeting of the National Advisory Committee on Racial, Ethnic, and Other Populations. My name is Jim Splutzer, and I'll be serving as the designated federal official for today's National Advisory Committee. I am the DFO for the Federal Economic Statistics Advisory Committee, also known as FESAC. So I'm sitting in for Nancy today. In my role, I will preside over the Advisory Committee meeting according to the provisions of the Federal Advisory Committee Act. Welcome to all the members, and I hope that you agree that yesterday was a productive day as we covered updates on the 2020 census, census barriers, attitudes, and measures, known as CBAMs, an update on the Integrated Partnership and Communications Program, and the operational approach for hard-to-count populations. Today's proceedings look just as promising. And to the audience, if anyone intends to give public comment this morning and has not yet already done so, please provide your name to the registration desk. Today's agenda, a quick review. First on today's agenda is Committee Vice Chair Julie Dowling, who will offer opening remarks. Following Julie, Stephen Bruckner will present the 2020 Census Respondent Experience Blueprint, followed by, pardon me, I may mess this up, Elisa Schau-Glusberg, and committee discussion. Next, Scott Knickie will present an update on the undercount of young children in the decennial census, followed by committee discussion. We'll then have a break, and following the morning break at 10:30, the NAC will begin its formulation of recommendations until we pause for public comment at 11 o'clock a.m. Following public comment, the NAC will break to get lunch, either in the room or the cafeteria, and will return at 11:30 for a working lunch. During the working lunch, Carol and Julie will moderate NAC committee discussion and formulations of recommendations. At 1:30, the NAC chair will present the NAC 2018 spring meeting recommendations, and at 2 o'clock, we will adjourn. Just a few housekeeping matters. I would like to remind all speakers to clearly state your name and speak directly into the microphone so that we can accurately reflect your comments. This is needed each time you speak to include general committee discussion and during formulation of the recommendations. For committee members who intend to ride the bus to the hotel, the bus will leave the Census Bureau at 2:15, make a stop at Reagan National Airport at 2:45, and then arrive at the hotel at approximately 3:15. Before you leave, please remember to remove your badges and leave them on the table. We'd like to recycle them for next meeting. And just as a reminder, due to federal guidelines governing meetings and conferences, the refreshments over there are provided for only committee members. Now, please welcome Julie Dowling, NAC Vice Chair, who will offer her remarks.
Great, thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I'm honored to serve as your vice chair alongside the amazing Carol Gore and to help lead our recommendation process later today. I will note that we need 12 for a quorum. We have 15 people in the room. There's a few people who may be calling in. I believe Interdeep may be on the phone or may be calling in. Tara will let us know when she calls in. And Gilberto Amaya may also be calling in. So we are down quite a few, and we do need 12 for a quorum. So if anyone is planning to leave earlier than the rest of us, please let Carol or I know so we can make plans to vote before you leave, basically, in case it's going to mess up our quorum. Okay, that aside here. So today I'm charged with providing you a brief opening comments to inspire us all to forge ahead with these recommendations. I know that given our current political climate, it's easy to feel quite disillusioned. As Arturo discussed yesterday, this is a very different Census 2020 than the one that we had planned. Budget cuts, the decision to not allow the combined race question, the addition of a citizenship question, and all of this amidst an increasingly hostile climate in this country for immigrants, people of color, and LGBTQ persons. This past week's national news included calls for an end to birthright citizenship, the proposed erasure of transgender Americans. People are afraid, and understandably so. Distrust of the government is high among the general public, among hard-to-count populations, and even among those of us working closely with the government on these issues. The June NAC meeting was our first meeting since the announcement that there would be no combined race ethnicity question, despite over a decade of testing, and that there would be an added citizenship question despite no testing whatsoever in a current decennial census or this political climate. I remember the first day of our June meeting, I felt very disillusioned. So disillusioned, I was nearly silent, which for those who know me, this is highly unusual. I wondered, what is the point of all of this? Has it all been decided? Can they really implement anything that we suggest? But on the bus on the way back to the hotel after that first day, it was like I flipped a switch. No, we will not be silent. I thought we're going to proceed to advise, to challenge and fight, not against the census, but for the census. And that is how we proceeded in June and how I hope we will again today. American novelist and social critic James Baldwin once said, "I love America more than any country in this world, and exactly for this reason I insist on the right to criticize her perpetually." And so we are here today, and out of love and devotion for our various communities, and in support of the census, we will proceed critically, offering our challenges, our critiques, and suggestions. Now is not the time to be silent. Now more than ever is the time to speak up. Thank you.
We thank Julie for her comments. This is a time to be strong and courageous. It's not a time to be silent. I think we're all here to represent a variety of communities, and I'm really proud of everyone. We had a great day yesterday, and I felt privileged to be in the room with many of the discussants who helped to drive a very rich discussion, and I hope those that are watching us online understand that we are but a few here at the table, but we're fighting for many. I also want to say I appreciate the census staff and all the leadership here. They've been amazing. They've allowed us to have the freedom to speak. I think that matters a lot. I think it's good for them to hear what we're hearing from our own communities and help us to make sure that we have a balanced view of what's going on in our world today. With that, we'll be done with speeches. And I do want to welcome Stephen Buckner, who's giving a presentation on the Respondent's Experience Blueprint. So we're looking forward to that. Following that, Ali Sue will serve as our discussant. Thank you very much. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Carol, and good morning, everyone. My name is Stephen Buckner. I'm the Assistant Director for Communications. I'm probably the happiest person in the room to have Ali here as our new Associate Director and at the table. and appreciate all the things he's going to help us with leading up through the 2020 census. So welcome, Ali. So I think first let me just acknowledge Michelle Bartram, who is our Customer Experience Officer, and really has helped lead a lot of the customer experience efforts that we've been going through over the last couple of years. And so I wanted to make one recognition there. Also, the Accenture team that has helped us put together a wonderful blueprint that really has helped us identify some pain points and things that we may need to consider when we approach communications, as well as just maybe some operational tweaks that we need to make along the way based on how everything is coming together. So I think maybe just starting and saying that Article 1, Section 2 in the Constitution says we've got to count every single person living in this country. And as we talked about where we're at today, it made me reflect back to 1790 when the first census was taking place and what a respondent may have been going through back then and throughout time because the country has changed so much. So as we get to some of the influences and things that we'll discuss today as part of this presentation, it just sort of struck me to pause a little bit and think back to our nation's founding in 1790 and Thomas Jefferson conducting the first census and how things have really changed over that time period. So without further ado, let me talk a little bit about the background on how we originated this project. So we've been doing a lot of user research at the census for a while now, more recently doing a lot of design thinking processes around how we develop a better web experience for our data users. We've been doing a digital transformation over the last 7+ years following the 2010 census to improve how people access our information. We have over 50 million people come to our website every single year to get at the data that we work very hard to collect. And sometimes we forget about that it's also about the dissemination of the data as much as it is about the collection of the data. We've also done a lot of user research around our partners. So going into the 2020 census, we actually went out and interviewed a lot of our former partners to ask what did they like about 2010, what would they like for it to be different, and what could we do better to actually get their information and be in contact with them throughout the process. The #1 complaint that we heard is we set up a partnership with you and then we don't hear from you for several years thereafter. So we've got to do better at continuing that relationship. And then also from our customer relationship management. So we've been doing a lot of user research, talking to our partnership specialists, our data dissemination people that use this system to not only put their contacts into a database so that we know what's going on, but also how do they use it to do their job better. And so these are all little efforts that have led to how we use sort of a user design thinking process to get information to design a better experience. So we've been working since early August, about 14 weeks in all, around this very fast-paced project. And literally what you're seeing today on the back wall, and we're going to spend about 10 minutes after my presentation to actually walk the wall and give you a quick sort of overview of it. Literally, this is the first time that Ron, Enrique, and many of our key executives are seeing this. So often we hear from NAC and the advisory committees, hey, it's too late. It is very early in this process. We feel very good about our product and what we've done. But we also want your feedback. We're going to ask specific things of you at this end of the presentation to look for pain points or things that we may have missed, but also ways that you can bring solutions to the table to address some of the challenges and things that we've surfaced on our own. So with that, the brief agenda here is I want to go through sort of what are service blueprints. And the key people to sort of answer your questions will be in the back of the room. What are the blueprints? How do we use them? I think is a key question that I'll go through. How do we approach producing this design blueprint from a Census Bureau context? Give you the opportunity to review the final product and then ultimately come back and discuss some of our findings with you during the discussion with Alice Sue. So our challenge. It's really to equip key Census Bureau decision makers with the information needed to prioritize and address respondent experience pain points and ultimately drive higher response rates to the 2020 census. Note that the focus really is on the respondent, and that is the user in this case, of our overall design approach. And we wanted to look at a variety of factors that affect response rates. The most important outcome for what we say from a decennial standpoint. So the more we increase that self-response rate, the more effort we can put into those that did not participate. And in fact, for the 2020 census, for every 1 percentage point that we increase self-response rates, we save taxpayers about $55 million. And so that's a tangible benefit. So this chart really shows some of the key areas that help you understand what a design blueprint is if you're not familiar with them. So let's talk about it briefly. So we want to keep the focus on the customer. In this instance, again, the respondent, while showing how the operations around the census deliver an overall experience. And think about this. So you have different interactions with companies on a day-to-day basis, whether it's your cable company, a grocery store, a fast food restaurant, whatever. If one part of that journey is not a positive experience, then the overall journey is a negative experience. And you can have all positive experiences during that journey, but if it takes too long and doesn't meet your expectations, it's still a bad experience. So you can look at things individually and say, this experience for this operation is great, and this operation is great, but it's not until they come together that you can really assess, is it the journey, a deliverable experience that is positive. So blueprints really focus on the external interactions and impacts both on the front stage, that is what the respondent will actually see, and the backstage, what census sees. They can be used to describe the existing state of service experience as well as to support defining and implementing new and or improved services. So we do the census once every 10 years. This is our biggest moment in time to actually leave an indelible mark on the American public about what the Census Bureau is and how the information that we collect helps benefit them. The activity of service blueprinting creates a communal space where diverse groups can align and how the pieces of which they are responsible connect the greater whole. Some of you have participated in our solution workshops. This is a very similar approach where we bring a diverse group of stakeholders together, put 3 or 4 challenges in front of them, and have them work and brainstorm and ideate on how they may be able to solve that challenge in their local area. They can be used as a communication tool within an organization. I can't tell you, I know a lot about the census operations, and the people that worked with us on this blueprint, they know their operation really well, but putting it all out there and seeing it and how it connects really does give you a better understanding of the totality of what we're trying to do. And I think it's an awesome opportunity for new employees and existing staff to sort of feel and understand where they may fit within to that puzzle. And lastly, it really can be used as that North Star for an organization to keep coming back to, how does X impact our respondent? And that's really where we're at. So let's talk about how organizations use blueprints to drive outcomes. So first, they look at how they assess the services that the organization provides. It helps us map out capabilities, systems, and processes. We've heard a lot about how Decennial has designed a great operational and system approach to getting the public counted, but how does that all look when you start mapping it out? We look to identify obstacles, pain points, and advantages. So what's working well? What isn't working well? And are there tweaks along the way? So one of the things that we'll ask you at the end of the presentation as you look at the blueprint is, are there some things that maybe we missed, some pain points? But are there some solutions we also didn't put on there as well that might be able to help us attack that one particular instance? It helps you map new products and services. So it's not until you put something on the wall and start looking at how they interact that you might find a gap and something that you need to create to complete that experience. It also helps you strategize around the future state of how your experience with the American public might be. And also, more importantly, bringing a diverse group together from across the organization helps break down silos. So we had people participate from all the different operational areas within the decennial census. We had field counterparts there and people across communications. So they all brought some expertise to this. And it helped break down sort of the siloed approach where we're just so busy, sometimes you can't spend a lot of time talking to each other. But getting everybody in a room away from the building to be able to have these discussions is a very powerful moment. So a couple examples. I wanted to sort of just highlight this, that the public sector governments are really realizing that the citizenry, the constituents expect and demand higher level service. The private sector has caught on to this a lot beforehand, but we're catching on in the public sector. When we hired Michelle a little over 2 years ago, she was only the 5th customer experience officer in the entire government. And we did that because we realized that our agency cannot survive without our respondents understanding why we need answers from them. Why should they take the time to respond to the census or our surveys? User-centered design methods like blueprints put the user or the customer at the forefront and are becoming more common across different agencies. We've highlighted one here over the past few years where design thinking has helped revamp public federal websites. The one on the left is recreation.gov. TSA, if anybody remembers going through the lines at first with TSA, it wasn't a really good experience. They used a similar approach on how can they make it a more positive experience for our travelers, many of which you'll be dealing with later today. So maybe you'll start looking at, hey, how did they design this experience as I walk through getting through airport security? So the VA has used this on how do we deliver benefits better to our armed forces that have served this country and get them the benefits that they are entitled to but may not be aware of. So if you're interested about some of these examples, you can turn to digital.gov for some other samples. Talking a little bit about our method and how we did this. So as I mentioned, we engaged our Fjord Accenture digital team to do the internal design. And in this effort, we followed a very methodical process of design thinking. So we brought together key stakeholders from across the Census Bureau who are experts, as I mentioned, in operations and field operations, field activities, communications, partnership, advertising. We also had our respondent advocate, Tom Edwards, participate, which provided additional context from all his daily interactions on the survey side, and I thought that was really important. You can't really have an respondent experience without having your advocate there, so I thank Tom for his time. The goal was to get a collective knowledge from operations to research to communications to digital out of the people's heads and into a common space. Then we worked together to kind of create and validate the output of those sessions and all the information sharing that we did over the 14-week period. So a little bit about our participants. Here you'll see the various directorates. We had over 40 different staff participate from across the Census Bureau organization. Way too many to mention everyone, but I would like to give a special thanks to a couple of the senior leaders that really helped rearrange their busy schedules to participate in this important project led by Michelle, because they also thought it was very important. Jim Treat, Marianne Chapin, Burton Rice, Sheila Proudfoot, Maria Malagon from the Decennial Directorate, Tim Olson, Wendy Button from Field, Tasha Boone and Krista Jones from the Director's Office. Jack Benson and Team Y&R also participated in this. So we're bringing contractors together not because of any other fact that we want to make sure what we're doing is integrated across our communications contact with the American public. And certainly, many of the senior staff within the Communications Directorate, Michael Cook, Christine Taylor, Lisa Wolfish, Alexander Figueroa, Jen Shopcorn, Chris Stanley, and Misty Reed. So our overall approach was to connect people from across the organization in a cross-functional way to better understand the map out the big picture for the respondent. This was a hands-on effort with all the attendees actively contributing their knowledge, input, and feedback. We went through a lot of sticky notes. So working behind the confines of the regular workday, we were really able to actively contribute and get input onto the wall from our various expertise. We took a human-centered approach by keeping respondents. Every single time we had an idea, we thought about what is the respondent going to do. So we had to check our own interest in what we do on a daily basis and put ourselves in the consumer's role. During our working sessions, we added to the information and data points provided by all the prior participants. So instead of starting over each time, when we walked into the room, there were a lot of sticky notes now organized rather than sort of the chaos it was in each session. And as we moved from the information gathering to building the blueprint, we validated the product in multiple iterations, building on that feedback and improvements along the way. So our areas of focus, we really wanted to make sure that we were able to produce a coherent, useful, usable, and desirable product in the end. And we couldn't include every operation, so we really focused on the core operations of the 2020 census. Self-response, that includes all the methods, update leave, non-response follow-up, update enumerate, and lastly, communications and partnership. We held 7 working sessions, in total about 3 to 4 hours per session. got input from over 40 different participants, and gathered over 250 individual data points. Blueprints evolved over the 6 iterations and 4 validation sessions during that time period, with many of the same participants as well as executive support. Our product team work that you see behind me on the wall, you can see it's large, 12 feet large to be exact, but also very easy and a digestible product as you go through it, which we'll spend a little bit of time at the end of this presentation. So the anatomy of a blueprint, this is important before we walk the wall to sort of understand what you're looking at, and we'll go through this with Stephanie over that 10-minute period. But if you look at the blueprint and read and look at it from a horizontal journey as the customer, which is on the top part, moves through a service, and then impacts that happen along the vertical moment. So the horizontal swim lane is the respondent, the middle swim lane is the influencer, many of you in the room, as well as all of our other partners, and then the bottom swim lane is the Census Bureau, because it's important to see how the respondent, influencer, and the Census Bureau all at a moment in a time will work together. So by doing that, our blueprint will accomplish several things. It visualizes the experience both on a pre-response, what we're doing right now, and you'll see a little operational timeline right in the middle in orange. So when we walk the wall, we probably just want to focus on where we're at, and if you want to look at the midterm elections as that point, that's probably the easiest because it's right around the corner next week. Better understand the respondent experience while also capturing that influencer Census Bureau journey at the same time. It also identifies the activities and effects that each stage has, and I think that's important, as well as spotting high points, breakdowns, and opportunities that support our action planning once the blueprint is finalized. So in terms of the blueprint's intention to uncover obstacles that may impede the respondent from self-responding or participating in the 2020 census, here are a few of the little areas. We're still reviewing the blueprint and working to identify the impediments that we feel are feasibly worth exploring, and we've provided a few examples. So from a process adjustment standpoint, you'll see that maybe the respondent, they respond to the questionnaire, yet they keep getting reminders. So we need to look at that from an operational standpoint, and I know the decennial census has already done that in terms of making sure we try to pull those out of sample, but that's an important note. So if you, I've heard in previous census, I've already filled out my census, but it was too late. We had to send somebody to the door. With the digital and the way we've automated things, we can actually make that experience better and maybe reduce the number of calls that would take place. But also, we have the American Community Survey going on during the same time period. 3.5 million households over the course of the year. People get confused. I just filled out my census. No, that was the ACS. No, it was the census. So we've got to make sure we look in totality around how that respondent is interacting with the Census Bureau during the time of our peak operations. We also want to look at the staggered mailings and how that may cause uncertainty among the respondents. So we did that for operational reasons and valid reasons, but if I get my form and I fill it out and I post on social media, hey, I got my census form, make sure you get yours. And then either my neighbor wasn't part of that random sample, or maybe my friend and relative in another state didn't get it yet and sees that, their question is, why didn't I get mine? Do I call somebody? Do I call CQA? Do I find out what's going on? So we need to develop some messages around that to make sure understand people are going to be getting different things at different times. So again, that bubbles things up that we, from a communication standpoint, need to work with our decennial field counterparts to make sure we're all on the same page so that people don't get confused. And then lastly, insufficient support to call centers. So Al and the decennial director has spent a lot of time making sure we have good models in terms of the number of calls that we're going to get. They've expanded the call centers to deal with what is anticipated to be expected calls. But even in the economic census, our telephone lines were overwhelmed here at the Census Bureau because of questions, because of peak mailings. So if people get disconnected from a phone for one reason or another, or maybe they call a wrong number, maybe they see another number that it's not ours, it's somebody else's. How do we make sure they're calling the right phone, and when they call somebody, they get the right answer? So all those things get into that experience that we're talking about. And then lastly, before we take a quick little walk, we do want to give you time to review the blueprint and stay informed of the progress that we're doing. As I said, our executives, including Al, Ron, Enrique, many of the people, Ali has not seen this. This is the first chance for census staff to see this as well. So we are early on in this process, we do want you to take a look at it and see what we might be able to incorporate if we miss something. But I think it serves as your organization goes through to support the census. Be thinking in the mind of your constituents and the respondent and what they're doing and what your strategies and tactics and the influence both on them, but also on the Census Bureau. If you are sending people out and asking them to go ahead and respond, what impact will that have on Census Bureau operations? We need to make sure we're communicating with our partners to understand what you're doing so that we don't duplicate or confuse the respondent, even though we're all trying to do the same thing, which is get a complete and accurate count. So please provide feedback on what you see. Brainstorm on additional pain points from your perspective, and identify areas or contributions that you might help to mitigate those pain points or help with solutioning to that point. I really want to thank you for the time and look forward to hearing your thoughts and everything that you contribute to the advisory committee thus far. So at this point, with Carol's permission, if we could take 10 minutes, we're going to walk the wall. We'll explain what you're seeing. That will add to the discussion that Alice Sue has prepared, because she had not seen it prior to today. She had the presentation, but it's very hard to put 12 feet of content into a PowerPoint deck. But we are going to digitize it. We will have a digital file of it, but we're very much in the production of it. So I encourage you, please walk the wall. Michelle and Stephanie are standing by, and we'll walk through a brief overview of it and then come back for Alice Sue's presentations, followed by another discussion. Thank you.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. My name is Stephanie Krell, and I represent the digital design studio at Accenture Federal Services. And we would like to thank the Census Bureau today for allowing us to take part in this really amazing journey with them to create this respondent experience blueprint. And it's been an amazing adventure with them, and I cannot express the amazing work and compassion of the people across the Census Bureau that we've gotten to work with. So this morning, we are looking at the 12-foot long blueprint that we've created. And to give you some idea about how it works, we have created over here on the left-hand side the respondent persona, an influencer persona, and the Census Bureau persona, and they're the journey that you will see moving horizontally forward across the blueprint. The timeline, the time box that we've been working in is about 2.5 years. And we're gonna ask you to sort of start right around here, because this is where we are actually in current time. You'll see the timeline of 2019, 2020, and out. This is the key dates and phases area, so you'll be able to see the important timeline that will mark a lot of the important events that are occurring. And the illustrated version of the respondent journey that moves across and all the important bits that are being called to the forefront. As you'll see across the journey, you will see respondent actions, and then there's effects. The same thing for the influencers and their effects, and the Census Bureau actions and their effects. And a lot of what we are going to ask of you today is to to preview everything that we've sort of written and remarked on here and give your input. We're looking for gaps of information. We're looking for additive information or any sort of error in terms of things that you may consider to be not quite right. And I'll hand the mic to Michelle for just a moment.
Okay, hello, this is Michelle Bartram. I'm the Customer Experience Officer. Thank you all. So a few highlights here. So we time boxed this starting with the release of questions. One of the reasons we did, and we ended it with the end of NERFO. The point of view of this whole blueprint is, when does it impact respondents? There's a lot of things that go on behind the scenes that never actually make it too visible to the respondent. But in this case, with the release of questions this time, there was a lot of impact, and particularly in the influencer community, some cases here, and then that actually influenced out to the respondent. So as you go across, what we really want to look at from each of the stages, and I'll do a quick highlight because it might help just to give some context. We did it from the point of view of a generic respondent. So this was not specifically hard to count because we had to get a baseline for what affects most respondents consistently across and what impacts them. So certain things are visible. If it impacted them, there's any kind of visibility at all to the world of respondents, we wanted to include it. So that's how it's done here. So release of questions. There were some early surveys that were done. You got to see some of them yesterday that happened. A lot of research went into it, so we basically aggregated that, plus we aggregated experience from frontline personnel who actually interact with respondents. So both from partners from their interviews as well as from our own frontline personnel. We also experienced some interesting happenings during the economic census, where things bled over into our evergreen operations, and that highlighted potential gaps. So this research, evergreen meaning what's the day-to-day operation. So we have a 800 number, for headquarters. Respondents call that because the number's on the website. They don't necessarily follow the instructions you give them in the mailings. Recruiting of staff. Releasing the branding and messaging, which Team Meyer mentioned yesterday. There's going to be the release of that initial platform. Certainly some of that will reach out to the world of respondents. This point here is the point of when we actually have to print. So we have to start printing, and at a certain point, that's what's in those printed materials to get all of those questionnaires out. Then you've got the establishment of a local presence. People begin to see census in their area between address canvassing, area census offices opening, and activities by influencers in that where they start having local events to get out the count, these complete count committees and other partnership activities. And then here, coming in 2020, in January, when we start releasing the awareness advertising, it's coming in 3 months, get ready. So that's the big ad campaign hitting. Then we switch to a second stage. This is the self-response stage. And so this could happen all within a minute, or it could be a series of weeks. Depends on the individual respondent. So the first thing is they get some sort of notification. I got to answer the census. I receive mail, an update, leave, something happens where I've got to answer. Then there's and this was a very important moment of truth, and particularly important for a respondent advocate raised, which was I might have a question before I start answering. Do I trust this? Is this for real? Is this fraudulent? What are you going to do with my data? So that might happen in their head. It might happen by them going to an influencer to ask that question. It might happen by coming to, calling CQA or going to any of the other census means, like asking on social media or any other. We need to make sure that all of us have those consistent answers, and as new things happen during that period, that we share the right answer. Then you actually try to respond, self-respond, through one of the various modes. You might again have, if you have some issues. And then finally, we go into the face-to-face stage where we go into non-response follow-up. So first time, second time, there's different issues. So with that, I'm going to allow you to walk it, particularly again focusing on the influencer area and respondent. You seen any gaps? I have sticky notes here to the side with pen. So if you have something you want to make a note, please do so.
And so, again, it's a short time period, we get that, so it'll be up throughout the day, but maybe get a general sense for what it is, and then this isn't your only opportunity, right? We're not trying to sham, 12-week project that we did into 10 minutes for you guys. So take a look, see where you want to dig in and come back to and pick up on that point. And then we'll allow, we do have some sticky notes if you have some comments or just some thoughts that you want to put into the recommendations a little bit later. And then we'll get a digitized version out to you as well to take a look at. But probably start from today, close to the beginning of 2019 forward. But if you want to start on self-response and see how we sort of capsulated some of the pain points or the face-to-face stage, maybe start there. So thank you.
Just a question, Stephen. Influencers. What do you mean by influencers? Who are you including?
So influencers are a wide range of individuals. We consider them our partners. They could be elected officials. They could be trusted voices within the communities, a faith-based leader, a business, anybody that a respondent might be persuaded by negatively or positively about the participation in the census. Good question.
Thank you.
Excuse me, but in order to keep to our schedule, I'm going to ask that all members return to their chairs.
Can I ask everyone to return to their seats? I want to turn the microphone over to Ali Sue so she can provide the discussant perspective. We have a lot of work to do today, so I'm going to keep pushing you. Ali Sue, let's get started.
Good morning. This is Alisu Shua Glusberg. Thank you, Steve, for your presentation and for walking us through the blueprint. I wasn't familiar with with service blueprinting or journey mapping. And I had to go out and learn that these are two complementary methods that help see both sides of services, both from the side of the service provision, in this case, census, and from the perspective of the customer as well, which in this case, of course, is the US population. Now, looking at things from the point of view of the user is not new. Certainly, even at census, very often and over the years, there's been research and examination of, for instance, how users use forms, the census form, different survey questionnaires, not just on electronic forms, which is where we see a lot of usability testing these days, but also just in general, how did people navigate things on paper? Did they understand how they understood what they had to fill in? Did they do that the way that census intended them to? And that led to a lot of changes and modifications to format and layout to improve precisely the use of those forms. In the presentation from Steve, one thing that I would say is I would not give TSA as a great example of how this is a good methodology and approach as a very frequent flyer. I think there are a lot of pain points still there. The inclusion of respondent experience is certainly very important. And making that central to design is an interesting approach and one that can be certainly helpful. In identifying processes or approaches that require change, I think there's a lot we need to think about, and some of the things that we can do by including that perspective might not lead to things that census is able to change. And I'll touch on that a little more. But of course, we want to, or I'm sure, Steve and the design team want to focus on the things that census can change. Now, if we talk about including people or users in this research, we have to include their perspective, right? Not just the understanding that census staff, even those who have a lot of contact with the users, believe have to, are the pain points or the issues that need resolution. I think that, bringing actual users into the picture is important, and not just from what has been heard as problematic over the years, but really looking into it more on real time. I would argue that looking at pain points that can make the participation experience better from those who have participated. Like, for instance, okay, people are annoyed that they're receiving several reminders after they complete it. Well, our goal is to have them complete. Am I being too flippant about, not caring that they may end up with a negative view about census being disorganized, that it's not realizing that I already responded? Will they remember in 10 years? I realize that it's not just the decennial, and that people may end up in a sample later. But I think that participation in this decennial is one thing, and each survey that you may fall into is a very different experience. We know that a lot of participants, a lot of respondents out there are not familiar with or do not even remember that it's the Census Bureau, that Census Bureau is part of commerce, all of those things that we think are obvious. People don't know, and they will take each survey as a new event. I do not believe that somebody annoyed for having received several reminders is going to then receive a survey, the crime victimization survey, and say, oh, no, I'm not going to do this because I had too many reminders after I filled my decennial. As a respondent myself, I have no issues when it comes the time to do the decennial, but I fret every time I receive, I'm the person in my organization that has to do the business survey, the business census, or the R&D survey. And I do fret with those, because those are painful experiences. I think that it would be really important to include non-participants in trying to find where the pain points are, because our goal is to get more people to participate. I think that ought to be the main goal. I realize that it's difficult to reach them precisely by definition. We say they're hard to reach. So it might be a little harder to include them, but it's not impossible. We heard, for instance, like the CBAM's results yesterday. They included people that would not be reached by regular communication means. And when I talked before about the issues that might be out of the hands of the Census Bureau to resolve as pain points, I think, Steve asks us as NAC to help figure what are the pain points for our communities. I think the main points right now for a lot of the hard to reach, the hard to enumerate, have to do with the country's mood, with the potential presence there of the citizenship question, the raids, the immigration raids, the knocks on the door that are very scary, that will be very scary for many people. And I think that those are the areas where we need to focus. And they're not the easy ones to resolve. They're not just an easy message to give, mostly because of uncertainty, because we don't know what we can promise them, what we can tell them. I'm reminded of, I think it was a 2010 census poster that says, the Spanish version that said no FBI, no CIA, no INS, Census Bureau. And the certainty both, around for trusted messengers that what's on that poster is true and will hold is not quite there. So I think if we had to focus on a couple of places where we could give messages that will allay fears in our communities, and I will of course, we will of course open this for discussion and get everyone's input. But the pain of the knock on the door that should be avoided at all costs. I don't believe that our goal should be to try to minimize pain points or solve pain points to just get more of the not as hard to reach to self-complete so that we can put more or use more of our money to send representatives out. I think we also, and taking advantage of the many language versions and the possibilities for self-completion, we need to focus on how to get more of the hard to reach to self-completion so that we can avoid the knock on the door. Just dealing with that avoidance of that, fear and anxiety, creating that fear and anxiety, I think that ought to be a big goal in the pain point arena. And also the pain that can be created by confusing messages. So clarity, and once again, what can census do, for instance, about the citizenship question? Major pain point. It's one that will put in people's minds, what do I do if I am undocumented and I am afraid? Should I not answer the census? Should I answer and leave that question blank? Should I fudge my answer? All of those things that census cannot give people guidance on. Those are, I think, the major pain points for a lot of our people in our communities. Okay. So these are some of the questions that Steve posed, and you've heard mine, and it's now, I think, ready for the NAC discussion.
Thank you, Ali Sue. I do appreciate the deep work that went into this, and you sharing this very transparently with the committee. I'm sure that we'll be looking at it over the course of our day, and a good discussion at the back. It was nice to get out of our chairs and actually touch and feel and talk to people as part of our NAC meeting, so I appreciate that. So open it up for discussion, and I will start with you, Tom, please.
Thank you, Carol. In looking at it in the back, I think it looks really great, but I want to raise an overall concern and then some specifics. I am concerned overall that it sees the census process as somehow existent unto itself and not affected by significant outside occurrences. So what I see there is what is dictated by the census's timeline, going all the way through questions released through NRFU, but there's no indication of significant consideration of what may happen or is happening outside that affects how people see the federal government and therefore the Census Bureau, which will in turn affect responsiveness. And that was just a concern. So for example, a year ago, long before the citizenship question arose, well, I guess now we know that it was on Will Ross's agenda even then, but before the public knew, there was a presentation to NAC about unprecedented levels of failures to respond or failures to respond completely that seemed to be dictated by changes in immigration enforcement that were perceived by the public. So that's an occurrence outside of the Census Bureau that I don't necessarily see reflected in the blueprint. And it's going to continue, right? So even the threatened executive order about citizenship has an effect on how people perceive the federal government and the census. So the speech of yesterday affects how people see the Census Bureau, particularly in hard-to-count populations in the immigrant community, and affects responsiveness. And there are a whole slew of others. And so the overall concern that I have is that the blueprint seems to approach census as though it is isolated from these outside occurrences, and I think that's a mistake. And I would want to see greater indication and consideration of wholly non-related to census occurrences that could still have an impact on the responsiveness that you're trying to achieve. Second, I think, you know, it is, Arturo raised the issue of credibility. And, you know, when I see up there that with respect to the citizenship question, advocacy groups and states file lawsuits, and then right below it, as though they are equivalent, advocacy groups and individuals support the inclusion of a citizenship question. So I can't think of who that is unless it's someone that Wilbur Ross drummed up and brought to a press conference, but I don't know who those advocacy groups and individuals who are equivalent to those who have been expressing significant concerns about the citizenship question. Maybe it's about presenting a balance, but when you put something up there and act as though they're equivalent, to me, it draws away from credibility. And then I was pleased to see that there's a recognition that the hiring process could lead to negative influences on folks who choose to apply and then maybe aren't hired. But what I didn't see was what I consider to be a more likely effect on census responsiveness from the hiring process, which is when the hard-to-count immigrant community realizes that they're not being allowed to get these jobs, when they realize that the Census Bureau will only hire citizens. Okay? To me, that's going to lead to a backlash. That's going to be, they won't hire me, they won't hire my people, why should I cooperate with this bureau that refuses to hire anyone who's not a United States citizen? I didn't see that up there. It was more individual grievances about not being hired, which I can also see having an effect, but I would be more concerned about the broader effect of someone saying and spreading the word, they won't hire us, why should we cooperate with them? So those are the overall concern and a couple of specific comments.
Thank you, Tom. I do appreciate your comments, and I'll try to address a couple of them. Realizing it's very unfair of us in a 10-minute window to explain all of the mitigating things that went on and are sort of across the timelines. I'll state that the roadmap, the customer experience, is all about external factors. The census has to go on regardless of what's going on in the environment around it, and there's a lot of pressures on the census, and there always are. And so we did talk a lot about different things. Some made it on the timeline. So we know that the midterm elections and the advertising around it creates a different level of conversation in the American public. And right in February of 2020 are the presidential primaries. And so not only are we going to be competing with a plethora of media ads that I think everyone, regardless of the side, is probably getting a little fatigued over, but we're going to have to break through that clutter. And to know that that's going to be coming on during the census is a very important factor for us to recognize. We did try to include what we observed from the individuals that participated in our C-BAN's focus groups. We did bring in other research that we've done with our partners to talk about some of the factors and try to make sure those were part of the conversation. So hopefully as you can look at the time a little bit, you'll see some of those. We probably didn't include everything on there, but be aware that I think we are considering, because it isn't about us on that roadmap, it is the respondent. So we were trying to put ourselves into what they may be seeing or hearing that's unrelated to the census, including data breaches. So if there's a data breach by a private sector company or in another part of the agency, or a hack of the federal government somewhere during the census, the federal government is seen as one giant thing. So what does that do to census? If there's another retail company that gets their credit cards hacked How does that impact the level of trust somebody has sharing that information, even though the information we're collecting is pretty low level compared to some of the information you might put on a credit card application? So those are related factors, and we did try to do it. But again, you might see some things that please bring to our attention so that we can throw it on there and see if we did discuss it. There are certainly some opportunities we may have missed. In terms of the credibility question, again, approaching it from a respondent standpoint, we tried to understand that whether it's regarding the content of the questionnaire and or other factors, there's always two sides, maybe 3 or 4 sides to anything in the public discussion today. And so it was not meant to be equal. It was meant to recognize that for some, a citizenship question is not a big deal. It is for many groups, and particularly in the communities we're talking about around the hard-to-reach populations. But for some, it might just say, I'm a citizen of the country, I'm going to fill it out. We didn't say if it's legal or illegal, and I don't want to get into a citizenship debate. That's not my point. I'm just saying we didn't try to make them equal at that point. It's just a recognition that the population is very diverse with a lot of ideas, and we're looking at respondents as a whole there. We are going to do additional work that goes down into specific hard-to-count communities and try to address those particular concerns as well.
So what I was speaking about is actually in the influencers piece. Clear that there are 2 sides to every issue, but 2 sides are not presented for every issue up there, but on this one they are, where I think there is not anywhere close to equivalency. It's not about folks who don't have a problem with it. It says advocacy groups and individuals express support for the inclusion of a citizenship question.
I'm going to try to move us along today so we can get to our recommendations. I'm going to ask that no more cards go up so that we can move on to the next presentation. So Teku, you're next. James, if you'll go after Teku, and then Megan and Arturo. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Teku Lee from NAC. So thanks for sharing with us what's obviously been a lot of work that's gone through thinking through the roadmap for the 2020 census. I want to raise a couple of issues that are related to what Tom asked about. So the first is, I think, the roadmap seems very detailed and well thought out from the standpoint of the average respondent. And so my concern there is that obviously there are many different types of challenges that the census is likely to, the 2020 census is likely to face. And I would be curious, as much work has already gone into that, to see what that schematic would look like if you broke up and responded into different types of respondent, in particular, kind of the average respondent as opposed to hard to reach. And within hard to reach, of course, there's a lot of heterogeneity. So what would that whole process look like if you were a non-citizen? What would that whole process look like if you're a member of the LGBTQ community? Or broken up by particular types of challenges or barriers to participating in the 2020 census. So what would that roadmap look like if you were somebody who fundamentally distrusted government, if you were somebody who was apathetic, if you were somebody who was low efficacy, if you were somebody that was low knowledge? And I think that might get a clearer sense of where the potential roadblocks might be in that map that you've charted out. The second issue, which I think piggybacked closely on some concerns that Tom raised, is as a roadmap that seems, that wall up there seems to me to be an exercise in scenario planning that really thinks in terms of the most likely scenario and does not include some things. It's hard to, but does not include potential worries about worst case scenarios for the 2020 census. So, for example, it takes into account the possibility of frauds and scams related to the 2020 census, but that looks different if it's more of the run-of-the-mill consumer fraud variety as opposed to foreign interests that want to take advantage of the online platform and get access to a lot of private information of U.S. citizens. Or it looks very different if, the president gets involved in a 2020 census, and we have a president who's known to, on occasion, be hostile to his own agencies and, criticize our own Fed chairman if Wall Street has a bad day. And so if a single tweet goes out that questions the fakeness of the 2020 census, how do we then address different issues in that roadmap in response to that kind of more worst-case scenario than the most likely scenario? Thank you.
I'll be brief in my response so you can keep going to the questions. Thank you, Teku. So maybe just a couple things. So from a general respondent, so we try to include everyone in that, but obviously there's a lot of different scenario planning that needs to go into how a particular person or individual that is experiencing different factors would address how we might message to them. So in recognition of your comment, yes, absolutely, this is a starting point from which new staff that we're bringing on board and our contractors working with us on a communications program can really dissect that and now start putting even more meat around different particular audiences and how they may be feeling about the census at any given time based on external factors. And so there is a deeper work. This is probably the tip of the iceberg, if you will, and there's a lot more underneath, and we certainly need to delve down into that. And I think this is a great starting point to do that and get it. So thank you very much for that comment. And then also to the scenario points about the different things. So misinformation, disinformation, whether it's a foreign or domestic bad actor, is something that we are very focused on and starting to really put some meat around how we may react to certain things that aren't the run-of-the-mill. So that's in tight partnership with our IT area around cybersecurity and working with the federal intelligence community in terms of the protection of our systems to make sure they are not able to be penetrated by cyber attacks. But it's also around content and making sure that factual information is out there. And this is a very important role for the advisory committee and our other partners that we're going to be working with, is to make sure that if erroneous information gets out there and starts getting shared, that the census was in a neighborhood and the very next hour another federal agency came in and did some arrest or something. Is that valid or not, or is it trying to create a sense of fear to keep people from participating in the census? And how might we adapt our communications to address that? So we're working on real-time response and getting information out to counter misinformation, disinformation that seems to be more increasingly prevalent. But thank you, and I certainly look forward to seeing more comments from you.
Stephen, I just wanted to commend you. James Tucker from the Native American Voting Rights Coalition. I wanted to commend you because I think it's definitely a really good start. And I think that, we could have a lot of discussion about what should be included in there. I mean, it's very clear that this is a more general approach, and I think as we get down to the more specifics, that's where things would change a lot. To that end, I would suggest kind of two things. One is that it may be worthwhile, following up on a point that both Alisu and Teku made, it may be worthwhile doing a similar metric or blueprint for hard-to-count populations, and specifically breaking it down into the different groups that we work with, whether it's LGBTQ, children, homelessness or housing instability, non-citizens, language minorities, which I would actually break down into two categories: those covered with languages that the census is going to provide full services to, and those who are not, American Indians and Alaska Natives, rural areas, those lacking traditional mailing addresses, and those lacking internet access. And I'm sure there are others, but it would be very helpful to see kind of a roadmap for how you're going to address those situations. The other point is something that you had raised that I think it actually highlights the need for a similar blueprint for the partnership program as well. And really more so from the perspective of those of us who are going to be, who are the partnering organizations that are going to be working with Census, laying out the timeline on when we can expect certain events are going to happen, what our role is in terms of giving feedback to the Bureau and so forth. So again, I think it's a really good start. I think it's a great idea to lay that out. And just with those additions and getting more to the specifics of the populations that most of us in this room have to deal with, I think it would be very helpful.
Thank you very much for your comments. James had an idea about maybe taking some pictures of this so you have something, and we might share that with the email. We are going to be digitizing this and trying to break it up to where you can actually mine through it a little bit more and be able to see it up front. Again, it's hot off the press as of yesterday afternoon. So I would also say that James had to the point, we had a lot of discussion about, okay, hey, this is great, and it started creating growth of, hey, we need to do it for this group, and this group. And so we are having discussions, and we'd be happy to share with you once I get with our decennial leadership and talk a little bit more about. But Burton and I were talking hand in hand, say, okay, hey, does it make sense to do it for this group, or maybe around the audience segmentation models that we have that group like-minded individuals and attack it that way. So we are having some discussions, but certainly look forward to some of those thoughts and the recommendations as well.
Thank you. Megan, please.
Thanks. I found this really useful too, in many ways, more because of how it spurred my own thinking than necessarily any particular item that was on there. When you're thinking about what deliverables to hand to us at the end of the day, I think it would be really great if you could connect this in with what how you're timelining partnerships activities so that folks really understand if this is where we are in sort of the time frame and the mindsets, these are some activities you could be taking to reach your communities. But at the same time, I had a lot of the same frustrations that a lot of our colleagues on the NAC are having. I think something happened last week that is a perfect example of how alternative actions are having an impact on people's vision of the census right after that memo was leaked that said that the Department of Health and Human Services is attempting to define out transgender people from all sorts of protections across the government. I then had a call the next day with a few LGBTQ groups, including some groups led by trans women of color, to talk about their census planning for the next year and a half. And it was, I didn't even know how to have the conversation, because how am I going to say you should be invested in and committed to this function of the US government right after 2 days after they said we are trying to define you out of existence. So I know that's not a thing that the census is trying to do, right? The census was moving forward with testing both sexual orientation and gender identity questions. I recognize that the stop of that did not come from the Census Bureau. I have trust in the Census Bureau and your values in the long term. But it is really, really hard to engage people in going down the path of partnering on the census when those sorts of activities are happening outside of the Census Bureau. And so I find this path really helpful. I think more thinking about how external events are coming into play would be really just useful in making this a document that feels like it reflects reality instead of as Arturo says, business as usual. our vision of this rosier picture of what we wish was happening. So thanks.
Thank you. Arturo, please.
Most of my points have been covered. The only thing I would add that I think would be important for the influencers stage is that many of the organizations that will be doing census outreach will also be doing voter engagement work. So they're going to be really overtaxed. And there will be a lot of competition for people's times and resources.
Thank you.
Yolanda, and you'll be the last comment except for me.
I just want to echo what everyone has said and to also remind you that I live in a state where there's a tagline on the application process that states that you do not have to be a citizen. And so if information is being sent out to partners and to minority communities, especially in terms of hiring persons to work on the census, that'll be a real downer if in view of all the information that we've learned here today.
Thank you, Yolanda. There's been a couple comments on the hiring practices, and I think it was mentioned yesterday. But certainly, as part of the federal government, there are rules and regulations and laws that we have to participate in, and we are having discussions about flexibilities associated with those, and have heard you loud and clear, and certainly understand the importance of it, and I'm sure there will be future discussions on that particular topic.
It's great. I want to thank you for the presentation and acknowledge this is a beginning. Also acknowledge that you worked across silos within the census. I think that was brilliant. Also that you looked at some of the CBAM's comments to inform what you started with. I'd like to encourage more outside customers, actual customers, including the NAC members, to provide more informed input. I think we risk making assumptions and not turning them into knowledge if we don't actually speak to customers. You know, we are talking about a lot of intangibles, fear, distrust, that are really hard to get your arms around because they're not tangible. I think that's going to take some deeper work and some work really in the field to actually speak with customers. So I would appreciate some at least consideration of that. And for the record, you have suggested that you would like to brainstorm additional pain points with the NAC. I want to take you up on that and suggest that we continue the conversation as your plan moves forward, and that be included in our agenda at the spring meeting, because I think this is an opportunity in an area where I think we can actually still provide some solid input to the Census Bureau. And there are other areas that really, you know, we might have discussion points, but we really can't influence much at this point. I'd like to think that we could really help and provide support to your team and invite you to come back in the spring.
Thanks, Carol, for all of your help on this, and certainly Megan for the working group conversation. This can be folded into that. We have a lot of stuff, as you saw yesterday from Kendall's presentation on the contract and where we're at with the creative platform and some of the messaging and creative work that we're going to be doing. So spring is certainly shaping up to be a very heavy comm agenda, and maybe we can have some conversations through the working group and the allowable processes within the advisory process, working with Tara and her team to accomplish exactly what you are. But thank you very much for your time. I really do appreciate everyone's insights. Thank you.
I'm going to invite Scott to the table, please. And is it Kanicki or? Great. Thank you for that. I also just want to remind the committee as Scott gets seated, we have a hard stop at 11 for public comment, and we'll hope to take a break between Scott's presentation, your discussion, and the public comment. So in between the public comment, just prior to that. So I encourage you to think about that as you put your comments together for Scott. Welcome, Scott.
Great, thank you, Carol, and thank you everybody for the opportunity to come out today and give another talk about our work on the undercount of young children. So part of my presentation is reviewing some stuff we've done and presented before, so I'll try to go through that a little quickly just to preserve more time for the later parts and for discussion. So please, you know, if you have questions as I skip over or, you know, go quickly through a few things, please let me know. And I realize as I start here that the clicker I will need to grab over there. Thanks. All right. Okay, so just before I get started, I just want to kind of review where we've been with the NAC and things we've presented in the past. So the last time I spoke to the full committee was in the fall of 2017. And then I just gave a really short update that was kind of presenting some of the things that we are looking to do to make changes for the 2020 census, to improve the count of young children, working off the research phase that we are winding down. So today I'm happy to share kind of a more detailed look at some of those things. But first I do want to just quickly go through some of the background and some of the high-level research results to kind of motivate where those activities were coming from. So as we know, we talking about the undercount of young children in 2010, we estimated a net undercount of about 4.6%, or 1 million young children, ages 0 to 4. And this has been a persistent issue in the census going back a number of decades. As we know, when we miscount populations, this has many implications, including political representation, funding for federal programs, and for children, especially affects school planning. So in 2010, what we saw was that using the demographic analysis estimates as our benchmark for assessing the census counts, that overall the total population was pretty accurate. But when we split this down by age, we start to see some differences. So for adults, ages 18 or older, we saw there was a slight overcount of this population versus children, looking at the whole age group, 0 to 17, there's an undercount. And when we look at young children in specific, again, ages 0 to 4, we see an especially high undercount of about 4.5%, or 1 million young children. We know that this differs by race and Hispanic origin. So again, using the demographic analysis estimates here, which are available in kind of high-level race groups. Historically, this has been black and non-black. In 2010, it was the first time they also produced Hispanic versus non-Hispanic estimates. And what we see is that we have higher undercounts for black and Hispanic young children compared to their non-black or non-Hispanic. And as I mentioned before, this is something that we've seen in the past several censuses. So young children here in this graph are the blue line at the bottom, where we see the net undercount, from 1990, 2000, 2010, similar levels around 3.5% to 4.5%, whereas we've improved, our coverage of older children. So that is the quick overview of, the issue, and then getting into some of the more results of things we've learned as we've done our research, much of our research this decade on the topic. So just a quick point on the data sources. I don't want to get into too much detail about where our information is coming from, but if you have questions, please let me know. But we've used a number of existing data sources that we had at the Census Bureau, including 2010 census responses, the 2010 coverage follow-up operation, the 2010 coverage measurement, which was the post-enumeration survey in 2010, American Community Survey, and a wide variety of other sources as well. I wanted to bring these up because there are limitations in what we're able to do and what we're able to actually learn about the topic. The main thing is that these data sources were existing from other operations that we were looking at in a new light. We didn't collect new data for this research, and the data that we're using were not collected necessarily to answer these specific questions. So the way I think of it is that they provide evidence of possible coverage errors, and they give us a good idea of how the strength of that evidence differs between different characteristics of children or households or areas. But kind of the main point is that they don't always tell us what was the undercount of a specific group. We have that from demographic analysis for high-level groups, but we can't say, for all the characteristics I'll talk about, what the undercount was for that group. And it doesn't necessarily tell us why the children were missed. We can kind of hypothesize that from a number of different things we've looked at, but we don't have the exact data to tell us what the underlying reason is. So this isn't all bad. I don't want to make it sound awful, but just to acknowledge these limitations. But despite of those, we've really learned a lot through this research. I think it's been great in expanding our collective knowledge on the issue and helping us plan some things for 2020. So the first topic I'll talk about is relationship to the householder. So on the 2010 census, we asked for everyone other than the first person, how is that person related to the householder? And the question shown here is the one from 2010, and I will just note there are updates for 2020, so there are some different categories. But what we found through our research is that we generally saw less evidence of coverage error for children who are biological or adopted children of the householder, and much more evidence for more other relationship types, including grandchildren, other relatives, which could be a niece, nephew, a cousin, or more distant relative, and children who are not related to the householder, so could have been part of a subfamily in the house. One of the questions we asked ourselves when we really started this research is, why are people not putting their kids on their census form? Just like a broad question, and results like this start to suggest that's not necessarily what's happening. Sure, that probably will happen from time to time, and we do see some evidence, again, for biological and adopted children, but it's much more strong in that evidence we're seeing it's for these other relationship types of the grandchildren of the householder or kids who are not related to the householder. So relationships, person level characteristic, we also took all the relationships within a household, aggregated them and looked at what we call our complex household typology. So here we classified households based on the types of relationships that existed in the household. And we define complex households as anything other than a nuclear family or a STEM family or single parent family. These include things like multi-generational families, skip generations, extended families, and multi-family households. And so in 2010, about 40% of young children were living in complex households, and the chart on the right here shows some of the more detailed categories, such as 10% in multi-generational households, 16% in households with a non-relative. And as you might expect, we found much more evidence of coverage error for children living in complex households as opposed to those who are not. I will note that biological and adopted children can live in these households as well, but as I said, like with more evidence of error for grandchildren, if there's a grandchild in a household, that will make that a complex household, because that'll either be multi-generation, skip generation, or some of the other types as well. An interesting fact that we found is that when we compared the prevalence of people living in complex households among age groups, it was very different. So young children is, again, about 40% lived in complex households. But when we broke that down by other age groups, it was around 33%, and this included other children age groups. So about 34% of 5 to 9-year-olds lived in complex households, and 33% of 10 to 17-year-old children. So as we start to try to peel back and understand why their coverage errors exist and are different for young children as compared to older children, this is definitely one characteristic that sticks out is, hey, young children are much more likely to live in these different households. We also looked at this by race and Hispanic origin of the young children. So this would be race and Hispanic origin of the kids. So here we did the non-Hispanic, the 6 races alone, and non-Hispanic multi-race, and then Hispanic as well. And what we saw was, again, about 40% overall, but for non-Hispanic Black young children, American Indian, Alaska Native, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander, and Hispanic, those groups all had 50% or more young children living in these complex households. We put this on a map to see counties and areas of the country where more young children were living in complex households. So, maps are always, I think, always a little tricky because the counties differ in their geographic size, which kind of affects what you see, and also in their population size. But keeping that in mind, we do see the darker areas are those that have higher rates of children living in complex households, with the darkest orange being for 50% or more. And we do see higher rates of kids in complex households in the, generally in the southern and western states, Alaska, and Hawaii as well. Another thing that we found was looking at the coverage of very young children. So here I'm talking about kids who are born in the census year, January through April 1st of 2010. We found that these children could be missed at an exceptionally high rate. What motivated us looking at this is if you were to take the demographic analysis results and plot them by individual years of age, what that would show is that the net coverage of 0-year-olds actually looks better than 1 to 2-year-olds. 0-year-olds was around 3.5% undercount, where 1 to 2-year-olds was around over a 5% undercount. And that kind of ran against our hypotheses of, why are we missing young kids? And we couldn't really think of what we're doing better to count, kids who are just born in the past year versus their older counterparts. And what we did, so we started researching this, found a paper written by someone in the census a couple years ago that showed how there's people who were captured in the census who might have had a birthday after the census day. So, if we're talking about the population on age 1st, they should have been counted, included, but if they get included, that kind of adds to the count of age 0. So we did some things to look around and try to disaggregate those and just look at what we thought, would be kids who should have been counted on census day. And one way we did this was just looking at the number of kids born on a given day, and if you plot that along by individual day through February and March, you'll see it starts to go down, and there's a slight downward trend through March. So you can tell that we're missing some of those kids who were born right up close to the census day. Could be that, could be that the response was sent before they were born, but it could be that they're still in the hospital at the time, or there's just, those are the families that are very busy and might not have completed the census form. So the last part of the research I'll just talk about real quickly is the comparing characteristics of young children. So here, again, we're trying to look at why young children stick out compared to their older counterparts. So we looked at a couple of different hard-to-count characteristics from our research and from other research on undercount in the past, using those from the 2010 census and also the American Community Survey. So the graphs here are going to compare ages 0 to 4 here in blue versus 10 to 17 in red, and generally the age group 5 to 9 fits between these two groups. So this first graph here is looking at characteristics of children using the 2010 census. And here we see that young children, compared to ages 10 to 17, were more likely to have a householder who's a grandparent, as we talked about, also a young householder, that 18 to 29 age group of the householder. They're more likely to live in complex households, in renter-occupied households. There's a lot of evidence comparing renters versus owners in terms of coverage and undercount differences. And another one, large households, that's one where we saw that young children and older children kind of had the same rates of living in those types of households. Using characteristics from the American Community Survey, we saw young children more likely to live in a household that was below the poverty threshold. I think an important one is the next one. Young children are more likely to have lived in a different address 1 year ago. We know that mobility is a factor that could lead to census errors, especially if that move of that household is occurring around census day. And again, more likely to be the grandchild of a householder. But again, at the bottom, here's a characteristic where they didn't really differ from their older children in terms of the English, living in a household that was limited English speaking. Okay, so now we're going to talk about the things that we've been doing, a couple things we've been doing from 2020 coming from this research. So at the spring 2017 NAC meeting, we announced that we had just formed a team, kind of stemming off the research team I led, to see what we can do to address this issue and improve the count for the 2020 census. And as I mentioned before, in the fall meeting of 2017, I talked briefly about some of the things we were looking at to do. So today I'm happy to be here and actually provide some more detail. And a number of these things actually came out, I know, yesterday from the little bit of the meeting that I was able to catch. So hopefully reiterate some things you've seen and provide a little more detail. So one area we looked at is to just go across a number of our census materials and just a number of things that respondents would see and see if there's anywhere we can clarify about what we mean when we're talking about who to count. So one example is on the primary solicitation materials that households receive. So these are the advance letters and other postcards, mailings that most households will get to invite them to encourage to participate in the census and complete it. So one of the updates we made, and we have this line in there about we need your help to count everyone in the household. We've kind of taken that everyone word and expanded it into say, we need your help to count all adults, all children and babies living or staying at this address. Just being a little more specific about this population and making sure respondents are thinking about them as they complete their census returns. Another example is in the internet instrument. So on each screen there's a link where you can click on and get help, about answering that question, and provides additional material or additional information for the respondents to answer that question. So this example here comes from the pop count screen. So when you're being asked how many people live in your household, you can click on help, and it provides all these guidelines. And I just took a little snippet here that says, using these guidelines, be sure to include the following types of people if they're living or staying at your address on be April 1st. And the first bullet here, babies or children of all ages, including newborns and infants, including biological, step, adopted children, as well as grandchildren, foster children, and children in joint custody arrangements. Another place was on what I referred, we call the undercount probe. So at least on the paper form, this is the second question on the census form. So the first question asks how many people lived here, and the second question is, were there any additional people staying here that you did not include? And then there's all these different response categories. So as shown here in 2010, that first category read children such as newborn babies or foster children. So we've updated that to say children related or unrelated, children related or unrelated, such as newborn babies, grandchildren, or foster children. So adding the terms grandchildren in there, and also unrelated children. Another thing that I like to point out is that with the automated instruments, they still have this question as well. But when they answer yes to this question, they'll be prompted to provide the name of those people the person was thinking of. In 2010 with the paper-based operation, if someone marked this, that would cue them to go to the coverage follow-up interview, which was a telephone operation. So they had to have provided the telephone number. We had to try to call them back. They had to answer the phone when we called. They had to complete the census, more questions again to add those people. So with the automated world, this should be able to add, get people included in the census form, and should improve coverage of not just children, but other populations as well. Another thing we looked at was our enumerator training. So we started with our non-response follow-up enumerators and looked at the different materials they are being presented, and trying to find areas where we could be more clear about counting children and improve that training. So a couple things we did was in the online portion of the training the enumerators take. So they go through a couple of modules at their own pace on using the internet. So we included just specific mentions about counting children in there, being more clear about it, and some knowledge check questions so that they have to respond correctly, that yes, they know they have to count kids and not just adults in the households they're going to be visiting. And then in their in-class training, we added a case study involving a respondent who's confused about whether or not they should be counting their grandchild at their household. And based on what I heard from the 2018 test, that respondents really, or excuse me, enumerators really liked this case study. They thought it was very helpful to prepare them for their job. We also looked with our telephone enumerators and updated some trainings there as well, providing more situations for them to walk through where people might have confusion or not be sure whether to count children in their households. And then for all our enumerators, we've included some information in terms of via frequently asked questions that they can pull up while they're in the field or on the phone with enumerators, or just review at their own time about counting children. Okay, so you heard a lot about partnerships and communications yesterday. I'm just going to touch on a few points that I think fall under the umbrella of general outreach and awareness. So I don't have more details on the partnerships and communications programs to share, but I do want to present a couple things that have happened since the spring NAC meeting. So we continue to work with our teams here, providing information on this, sharing our research and brainstorming ideas. We've made a number of presentations to external groups such as yourself, also the Child's Leadership Council, the state data centers and census information centers, and also the chief officers of the state library agencies. In early July, our acting director published a director's blog titled Improving Our Count of Young Children. This highlighted the issue, talked about a lot of the things I'm talking about today, some highlights of the research and also the things that we're doing for 2020. More recently, our Undersecretary Karen Dunkelly also published a blog on commerce.gov where she discussed the issue as well and her outreach to the Federation of Pediatric Organizations. So if you enjoy reading blogs or you're just looking for a nice, concise summaries of the things that I and others have been discussing over these past 2 days, then I encourage you to check both of these out. Another thing we did was prepare an infographic that describes situations where children are missed and suggests ways for partners to talk with individuals in their communities about these situations. So this came out of comments from this committee as well as others where we've heard interest in having really easily accessible materials, brief summaries that you can use and share with your communities. So what we did was kind of try to boil down the research into a short little 2-page information and just talk about different situations where, from our research, that we think kids are missed and suggestions of how to talk with your communities about how to improving the count for these situations. We used a prototype of this document at an event in Rhode Island earlier this year, got a lot of positive feedback, and I was real happy to work with the Public Information Office and others this summer to actually make this look very nice and put up as an infographic on our website. So this was published in August of this year, and I'll go through one example. So this example here talks about complex households. So we have the common situations where the children are counted, and says child lives in a household that is large, multi-generational, or includes extended or multiple families. So then on the other side, how can you help? And again, we envisioned this as a tool for partners and communities to use to reach with respondents. So it says, remind the person filling out the form to count all children, including non-relatives and children with no other place to live, even if they're only staying here temporarily. And also spread the word that the census counts all people staying at address, not just the person who owns or rents the property. And lastly, in the past couple months, we started developing, and this is live now, a webpage on census.gov that just kind of puts all this information in one place. So this is under the research and testing page, along with other topics like communications and our 4 key design and innovation areas. So this organizes the different materials, including our reports. There's links to the blog, as well as the infographic as well, and also other presentations I've given to this committee and others have given to other groups as well. And actually, I saw this morning that in the webpage for today's this NAC meeting, that at the bottom under supplemental materials, we've included the link there. So if you're looking for it, that's a quick way to access it. So that was my quick and presentation there. So please, I appreciate any questions you may have. I'm looking forward to a discussion as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Scott. We do not have a discussant for this particular presentation, so we're going to go right into comments. And I'm going to ask Arturo to start us off since he's our new chair for this working group. And then Charles, I'll go to you, and then Megan. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Arturo Vargas, Nadel Educational Fund. 2 questions. So one was on the prompt that says, were any additional people staying here? You said that that would, on the online, that would put the person under coverage, right, for follow-up?
Yeah, so my point with the online one is that if you click, so that in the online it's a yes/no question. If you
Right.
click yes, it kind of prompts and says, yeah, I forget the wording, but who is that person?
So for people who do it on paper, then would that automatically go into the NAR field?
That would be part of the coverage improvement operation that in 2010 was called coverage follow-up. That's where it's a phone-based operation to call back those households to.
But in 2020, it's going to be in-person visits to follow up?
No, it's a telephone
be
operation, the coverage
it's gonna be a
coverage
phone call.
improvement, yeah.
I thought yesterday we heard that there was not going to be a out-calling.
For re-interview.
Oh, that was for re-entry?
Yeah, we're still doing coverage improvement by telephone.
By phone, right. And I assume if it's not successful by phone, will it go to in-person?
That's what we're looking at doing, yes.
Okay. The second question I have, and Scott, you're probably not the one to answer this, is what communications materials are being developed for early childhood educators and providers? We know there's statistics in schools, but my understanding that's not 0 to K in terms of resources and information. I know my organization, we are contracting with a early childhood education agency to develop some curricula that'll be particular to the Latino community, but what is the Census Bureau's plans in terms of resources, educational materials to reach the specific population and the adults in their lives?
Hi, Burton Rice, Decennial Communications. We're working closely now, as you heard all day yesterday, with the communications contracting team, and we're in the very early stages of creative. But we've already been talking about how we weave this in, as I've said before, to every aspect of our outreach and promotional materials, and that includes support materials for partnership and curricula where appropriate. It is something that can be addressed in statistics in schools, but that, as you point out, is not necessarily going to reach this category of children, the very young children. So we're exploring those ways now. That part of the reason that we've set up the work that Karen Deaver is going to be doing, along with the team that we're building to go into this, is to look more closely at all of the communications and partnership work we can do so that we can understand how best we get to these populations and get messaging that works to get people to understand, to include them. So it's still early in the development of that, but it's going to ramp up very quickly. I think we can have a very fulsome conversation in the spring about this, and probably even between now and the spring show you some of the stuff that we're thinking of, that we're developing.
So one reaction to that is that you're at a disadvantage because, as we learned yesterday, the CBAMs did not do a very good job of probing at households with very young children, and that we do need more research on that. The research that my organization has done showed that 11% of adults with young children in the household said that they would not include them in their census form. So we definitely need to get to this attitudinal barrier that we have with adults actively saying, no, I'm not going to include my children on there, and how do we get at that?
Right.
Which goes to my question to the chair and vice chair. Given the time that we have left between now and the census, what should be the optimal role of the working group at this point? What can we do between now and the spring meeting in order to have an effect and to help as best we can?
Well, my initial thought is to follow your lead, which is messaging is going to matter. Messaging, and especially if we have some unique perspective on hard to count populations, I think that's a role this group can take on as support to the census. So I would say that clearly has a place on the agenda, and I would ask if Julie first, and maybe if others have some ideas, but we can circulate. I think you probably also need to reconfirm your working group, and when we do that, using that working group to help populate the agenda, I think would be really smart. But it's clear messaging is going to be important. There's some progress, I appreciate that, but it may be more unique to hard to count populations.
Arturo, we would welcome your working group's integration and work with Karen Deaver and her task force, because they're going to be looking for gaps in our messaging, gaps in our approaches, and any contribution that you could make to that through the knowledge of your working group would be extremely helpful for us in terms of plugging gaps and looking to make a more fulsome presentation in terms of reaching out to all sorts of support groups, all sorts of community organizations, and directly to parents in terms of making sure you count young children.
I would add, kind of in addition to some of the comments about outreach and getting the word out, and the whole wall we saw back there, it's like the person who consumes this, every person is different, right, for their communities and how they consume the information. And as Scott mentioned in his presentation, there's an overrepresentation of certain children that are the ones that are overcounted, and particularly Latino children. It's like, what is it, 400? Arturo was the expert on this. It was 400,000 that were lost, basically. So the
Dr. William O'Hare in the back of the room is the expert.
That's a large component of that 1 million were Latino children. So what specific outreach? I think for our group, and I am also a member of Arturo's group, we'll focus on, on like what specific targeted messages we're going to use for Latino families in particular, and for African American families, who I think we're second under that in terms of undercounting, and what specific messages we'll be able to use with those groups. And it's all tied back in also to fears around the citizenship question and everything else, because that's going to deter participation of some of these groups. It could even increase our undercount of young children, basically.
I would just add, too, that it's not just about developing the messaging. To Arturo's point, we need to understand the problem as well as we can. And I think we're committed to doing that going forward. This group that we're talking about is going to be doing that, and I'll second Al's commitment to working closely, Arturo, with your group, and doing as much collaborative work as we can, and identifying where there is research out there that can help us understand the issues so that we better target or develop the messaging and direct it the right way. So I think that we'll see some progress in this area, significant progress in the months ahead.
That's great. Thank you, Burton and Al, for your encouragement. Charles, please.
Well, thank you, and thank you for your presentation. This is Charlie Bruner. Clearly, if the undercount of young children exists uniformly across geographies in the country, it's still a problem, but it doesn't affect really the overall distribution of what the primary purpose of the census is, as far as to draw legislative and congressional district boundaries, and to allocate resources, or what the practical effects are. But we also know that that's not the case, that there are geographic differences in terms of the rate of undercount of young children that I think. And one of the things I really want to thank the Census Bureau, last meeting, the NAC committee recommended that there be inclusion into Rome of additional data points that reflect more information around children and young children. And I now think, really, and I will have a recommendation on this, that what people are going to be doing to try to deal with the undercount is a lot focusing upon identified areas in their states and their communities, and through use of Rome. And Rome is actually, as far as a publicly accessible database that gives you information at a tract level, one of the most complete, although far from complete in my assessment, sources of information around what are where are children, what are their characteristics, what are their barriers and opportunities. And so I'd really will like you to look also at additional things that we may be able to do under Rome for this. And one of the things, and my recommendation will be along these lines, I've already submitted it, is that we have an understanding, I think, of where the high child undercount geographies are, and we can do something around that versus low undercount geographies, and to do some statistical analysis looking at what we have available in our census to say which are the most predictive factors in identifying those areas and making sure that those are a part of Rome as we go forward, and also for the census to create, I know we have a non-response rate, but if we have a predictive model that is some form of regression analysis, my sense is we can also create an estimate based upon that around high undercount likelihood by census tract area. And I'd really think that that is a way of providing more information. I think that the non-response rate is something that is useful, but I don't think it is necessarily the best way of getting at a high child undercount. And it clearly, you know, I look at a lot of the college, you know, towns. I live in one that the non-response rate is high in those neighborhoods where there are dorms and fraternities and sororities and off-campus student housing. Those aren't particularly areas that have any young kids at all, because they're, I mean, so I think that there's a different thing if we're looking at high undercount children that we can provide as a derivative measure. So I did want to thank the Bureau for that, but you know, I really want to encourage you to look at, analyze what ways we can use what we know about high undercount census tracts and their characteristics to get a measure specifically around that.
Yeah, just one thing I'll point out is we do have a report, actually a couple where we don't have undercount, you know, measures at the tract level, but one of the pieces of data that, you know, I glossed over was that undercount probe, looking at people who responded to that in 2010. So again, it's not necessarily households that missed a kid or left a kid off, but they might have been confused about counting a kid. So we looked at that geographically, you know, the counties that had higher rates of that, and actually, if you look at it, it's very similar to that complex households map of where the higher rates are. And we also did by different characteristics from American Community Survey estimates. I think we just split into 4 or 5 groups. So like we took the poverty rate and said what are the lowest, you know, next lowest up to the highest poverty areas, and looked at our different data sources within those characteristics. And we have a wealth of them in there as well. And you can see like the areas that we think are, you know, the characteristics are more associated with the undercount. And so we have that geographically, and yeah, by these different characteristics, and also from a marketing segmentation that, you know, splits the country up into like 50 or so different groups. We looked at that overlaying with our data as well. So we do have a couple reports that look at a lot of those characteristics.
Yeah, I'd love to see those reports and have them made available to NAC.
Yep, those are up on the website, so they're included there.
Great.
I should just say, with respect to Rome, we are also that Rome is alive. It's not a static process, and we're you know, as we build the segmentation work that we're doing out of CBAMS, we'll be loading that into Rome. We'll be exploring ways to enrich Rome with respect to the undercount of children and these issues, so that we further make it as useful as possible.
Thank you, Charles. We appreciate your subject matter expertise in this area. So thanks for your comments. I have Megan, James, and Ali Sue, and I'm going to ask that Ali Sue be the last commenter for this segment so we can get a break before public comment. So Megan, please.
Thank you so much for this presentation. It was super interesting to me. And it sort of, it made me think a lot about how the interventions we've been asking for as an advisory committee don't necessarily respond to all of the research that you have here. In particular, I think when we've talked about language around updating help text and what appears on the internet when folks click on, you know, who's staying in their house, doesn't necessarily answer the fact that there are, you know, there's 50% of complex households, including 16% with unrelated families living there. And when you put up the clarifying language, it is so much more wonderful than it has been in the past. It is wonderful that you talk about the different types of relationships that people might have with a young child, including caring for a grandchild and caring for foster children. That's phenomenal. And I do recognize that in one spot you do talk about children related or unrelated. But when we look at the clarifying language about who we count and the help text that pops up, the first giant bullet point says, you know, babies, including biological step and adopted children, as well as grandchildren, foster children, and children in joint custody arrangements, which I think puts people in the mindset of, oh, I should think expansively about who is my child, but not necessarily expansively about which children count as part of this household. And even when we go to the next bullet point where it says, and any other close or extended family members living there, even partners, grandparents, cousins, in-laws, et cetera. Again, we're expanding the vision of who is your related householder, but still in this mindset of who is a related householder, when we know that 16% of these households have non-relatives in the space. So I found that really, really interesting, and it just expands my mind in thinking about how we need to be reaching complex households that are multifamily or that have unrelated householders in there. And I'm wondering if, I'm guessing that this list is longer and it probably addresses that, but have you tested shifting around where the language comes in about unrelated householders and how we're kind of putting people in that mindset of who to count?
Yeah, the list definitely continues. I chopped it off on those, so we can definitely go back and look and make sure that you know those other non-relatives and everything are included there as well. Yeah, I'm not sure how the list was developed as to in terms of placement and whatnot like that, but yeah, it's definitely something to keep in mind. So I really appreciate the comment. Thank you.
I just want to ask a quick question on Megan's. I remember from one of our presentations, so a household is defined as a family household, right? If it's by biology, there's biological children or a married relationship, right? Because it was still I remember it was still fairly limited, the definition. I think that's what Megan's getting at, right? Is that the definition of what a family is itself, has that evolved since that conference call a year or two ago?
So I know the census has a concept of family versus non-family, and I'll need someone to verify this, but I think family household, as long as there's one person related or married to the householder, I think that becomes a family household. So what the complex household typology I talked about here, that tries to break it down further. So that group of family households with non-relatives that Megan brought up, at 16%, that would be the family household part, was you have at least one person related to the householder, but then you also have non-relatives as well. So if you just took the term family household, it would kind of gloss over the differences between just say a nuclear family and then if a nuclear family with another family living there as well.
I think that's to Megan's point, though, is like expanding how we're defining a family household to begin with could have impact in how people respond, right? Because people are reading into who you're counting as a family through your paperwork and your question, right? And that could enhance leaving people off. Because if they think the government defines family as biological relationship or marriage, then there's this other person who's living with me who could be my partner, boyfriend, girlfriend, person, child that I'm not really that we need to expand maybe our definitions of family to begin with. And is that kind of where you were going, I think, right? So it's like, we need to expand our definition of what we're thinking about family in the first place, right? And that might help with the response to this question.
James. Thank you.
James Tucker, Native American Voting Rights Coalition. I'm just picking up on the point that Julie and Megan had made. One of the things I would actually recommend to you is, because we can actually look to another agency of the federal government that's had to address this, I would recommend that you take a look at the Department of Labor's Family and Medical Leave Act regulations for in loco parentis, because they've struggled with this too. And one of the things that's happened with the recent changes in the regulations is that they've expanded the definition of family to include non-traditional families that would be covered under the Family and Medical Leave Act. Following up on Arturo's point, I think one of the things that's fascinating about the slides that you put together is you can see the overlay in the complex households, particularly with respect to three groups that have high language, limited English proficiency, and that's Latinos, American Indians and Alaska Natives, and Native Hawaiians and Pacific Islanders. And so it seems to me one of the things that needs to go into the equation on the messaging is going to be the cultural and linguistic barriers, as well as the distrust of federal government. And to the last point, and it kind of follows on a point that both Tom and Arturo have made, but I think it needs to be made explicitly here, is it's also possible that in the context of the environment that we're operating under, that for non-citizen families that have children who are born in the United States, there may also be some messaging that needs to specifically deal with the anxiety over family separation in light of what's happened earlier this year.
Thank you, James. Ali Sue, please.
Ali Sue Shua, Glusberg. Couple of thoughts. One is, it seems like we know increasingly more through the research that's being done here. Thank you, Scott, for the presentation, about who or where the undercount is. But in order to have good messaging, we need to understand the whys, and why are different groups reporting the young children. That will allow for more targeted, relevant messages that are culturally sensitive and specific, and to understand, what are the multiple reasons and the most prevalent reasons. The other thought is, we know about the worst of the undercount being in the 0 to 4 group, but I wonder if we know within that group if it is the children in the first year of life. And part of my thinking is that there are strong monetary incentives for people to report children when they do their taxes. There's a benefit to reporting a child. And I wonder if you are less likely to report a child before you've done taxes where you've reported that child. And once you've told the government of the existence of this child, then the child is more like, it's fair game. It's a thought.
Yeah, it's a very interesting thought. Yeah, for the, in terms of the individual years of age, as I mentioned briefly, like if you look at age 0, it looks like they have a lower net undercount, so better coverage than 1 versus 2. But we think that's because there might be some extra kids who get included who are born after census day who might, not have been. But so yeah, so if you, were to adjust that or something, the age 0 is probably up around the 1 or 2 undercount, and then you do see a steady decline as you go towards age 10, or I think it's around 12 or 13 where the the individual years of age estimate at least is right around 0. So yeah, I mean, I know people have heard that before about like with the IRS, but thinking that, at least in there you have you usually have an incentive to include the child. So how does that impact? But yeah, haven't thought about that with the very youngest kids of, if you fill out your taxes and I couldn't put that kid on my tax form, I don't put them on my census form or something. If that's a factor, that's a very interesting point. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. We appreciate your presentation. I'm going to ask that we take a break. And if there is a chance that we could be back by 10:45, we would have a few minutes to get set up for developing our recommendations. So I'm asking you respectfully to come back by 10:45. Thank you.
And just a few housekeeping notes. As a quick reminder, everyone with a yellow lanyard has to remain on the first floor unless you're escorted up above. The washrooms are to the right as you exit here. And for visitors who need to leave this immediate area, we do need to be escorted. Thank you. See you in 10 minutes.
Almost on time, not quite.
Yeah.
But close.
Good morning.
Close.
maybe this is more of a question for Enrique, but if there is a shutdown, I know we have forward funding for the census. Do you still need to get OMB approval for that to have
so OMB usually approves whatever your kind of spend plan is during the shutdown, but it's kind of a pro forma.
Oh, is that?
Okay, I'm the taskmaster. If folks would take their seats, we'll try to get started. Interdeep, are you online? Interdeep? We'll keep checking.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. And now we get to the really exciting part of making our recommendations. So I thought that we would start out with the tabled recommendations from last time that we didn't get to, and review over those. There's like 12 of them here. Go over these and see if we can move forward to approve these, and then we can go on to the ones that Tara has sorted out for us for today. Does Terry have those loaded up, the ones that are from our tabled ones? Yes, she does. And everyone should have a hard copy of this as well as we go through. So why don't we start with the first one. Cybersecurity in the 2020 census is the topic. NAC recommends the Census Bureau work with outside experts to review and evaluate the Bureau's cybersecurity efforts with the goal of obtaining their public certification that the Bureau's cybersecurity is state-of-the-art if so warranted. And so essentially having something here in terms of making sure the public has a certification of the Bureau's cybersecurity. Do we want to, any amendments on this, any discussion? I can't focus with the talking next to me, folks. Okay, yes, Anne.
Hi, good morning. You know, I think I'm very sympathetic to the sentiment of this, right? We are concerned with assuring, you know, the public that they can trust, you know, relaying their information to the Census Bureau. I do worry with this a little bit, though, that if the Census Bureau holds itself, or if its credibility depends on providing some public certification from other institutions, organizations that might or might not grant it, I worry a little bit about what might happen in the case where, let's say, 4 or 5 of the expert outside companies that might be called upon, might be enlisted to provide this certification. You know, let's say 4 out of 5 do it, and the 5th, for whatever reason, doesn't grant that seal of approval. What might be the detrimental impact? So that's a concern I have about this suggestion.
Anyone else on that? I think that's a legitimate concern. We have the assurances that it is a state-of-the-art cybersecurity, if so warranted. And what if, as Anne notes, you know, outside experts for various reasons didn't say that? Like, what could this end up looking like in terms of it being potentially making things worse, right? If that. So, do we want to move forward with this recommendation? Do we want, Megan, you look like you want to say something. Megan wants to speak, I can tell.
I just feel, I think I was the person who asked that we table this last time because I feel like it is so far out of my wheelhouse that I feel like I'm like recommending something that I have no idea what I'm saying. Like, if I were a contractor, I'd want to say, no, it's not state-of-the-art. My cybersecurity program that I sell is way more state-of-the-art than that, and the Census Bureau should be contracting with us to do it. But I actually literally don't know enough about what cybersecurity even is to know what the pitfalls are around that. So that's where I'm at.
That's a good point. I think people who might be evaluating it might have their own stakes in mind as to maybe they want to handle it for the Bureau or something, and they think that they'll do a better job. So unless there's any strong, it sounds like this was Megan's recommendation. Terry, did you want to comment?
I have a comment over here, too.
And Terry? Okay. Whichever one of you first.
So this was my recommendation, and although I probably know less about technology than Megan, basically the point is I am concerned. We had at our last meeting a very positive presentation about cybersecurity from the Bureau, and my concern is no matter how positive that is, people aren't going to trust the government to assure them that it is safe. So I just would like the Bureau to get some outside validators who are not government, who can, in essence, give them a seal of approval. I think otherwise cybersecurity concerns and distrust of government are going to align to create real problems about participation. So I do understand the concerns that maybe we don't get back what we want, but the recommendation is that the Bureau find a way to know what you're going to get back and just find some third-party validators, because I am concerned that no matter how strong a presentation the Census Bureau makes to us or publicly, and I thought it was a good presentation from my limited technological standpoint that we got, but I just don't think it's enough. I think that folks in the public are going to want some third-party outside validator.
So in a sense, maybe you're saying that the third parties could evaluate, find any potential problems that the Bureau could then fix, and then have them be certified as.
Yes, and then have them say, look, we've pointed out some problems, they've fixed them. You know, nothing's perfect in the 21st century, but this is as good as it gets.
Terry, do you want to add to that?
Sure. Actually, I was thinking along the same lines as what Tom was just talking about, is maybe we can tweak the language, something to the effect of work with them both for the purposes of ensuring that the system is state-of-the-art and thus leading to a certification, right? So without sort of presupposing that it is currently state-of-the-art, but somehow working it that way.
Anne?
You know, I'm sympathetic to those ideas, but I have to say Megan's input makes me even more skeptical of this proposal than I was before. And I'm thinking that maybe there's a middle ground, which I think is what's already in place. What we learned from the presentation on cybersecurity is that the Census Bureau is partnering with the private sector to learn about ways to improve the security, right? So they are, as I understand it, drawing on collaboration with folks outside the Bureau, with experts to, make this state of the art. And so maybe the really important thing is that they make it very clear to the public that they are doing so. And what it might mean is, I don't know so far how explicit they are about which partners specifically they've worked with, but maybe it's a matter of saying we have worked with, we've asked for the input of folks from Google and here and there, and make that a clear part of their messaging.
So, and my only response to that is, yeah, that's great, except I would want the messengers to be from outside government, because again, through no fault of its own, I'm sorry if the Bureau goes out and says, we've consulted folks, trust us, we're the government, we've gone out and consulted third parties, you don't ever hear from those third parties. So I mean, to me, what's important is that there be outside government perceived experts who validate, and that's what I'm seeking here.
I mean, and if I can, I would completely agree with what Tom's saying, that we've heard that even in the context of the citizenship question where, having the government say Title 13 only takes you so far, and really, and sorry, this is Terry from Advancing Justice AJC, that I do agree that somehow we do need to get that third-party validation process in some way, somehow, and open to other potential ways that might make sense.
Okay, it is 10:59, about to turn 11. 11 o'clock is public comment. So we're going to pause right now for our public comment, and then we will go to Stuart as soon as the public comment is finished.
Thank you, Julie. It is 11 o'clock, and it is time for public comment. We have 3 public comments that were written and sent to us. They are now posted on the NAC website. These are from Caitlin Johnson, Deborah Stein from the Partnership for America's Children, and Susan Graham from Project. Rather than me reading them to you, they are posted on our website. We do have, I will open the floor for people to speak their public comment, but one person has registered for public comment. That is Adeline Wilcox. Adeline?
I'm going to read a short passage from this book titled The Rise of Big Data Policing, Surveillance, Race, and the Future of Law Enforcement by Andrew Guthrie Ferguson. St. Louis, Missouri, a year after the Michael Brown protests in Ferguson, Missouri. As a partial response, neighboring police districts adopt a predictive policing strategy to prioritize resources and professionalize patrols. In partnership with a small Philadelphia-based startup company called Azavea, the Jennings Police Department in Jennings, Missouri, began experimenting with a predictive policing program called HunchLab. The HunchLab model inputs crime data, census data, and population density.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else in the room who would like to make a comment? If so, please proceed to the microphone and clearly state your name and affiliation. If you are following us via webcast and you want to make a comment, please dial 1-888-469-3086, password 1285228, hashtag, and you're going to have to press *0 to have the operator unmute the line. That came very quickly. We will accept public comment via email to the National Advisory Committee. Any public comment from the audience? Okay, thank you. Julie?
Is there anyone on the phone, or do we need to ask that, or would they? No? Okay, no one's on the phone. All right, then we are back to our conversation. Stuart, you're up next.
Yeah, I'm totally in support of, it was helpful if we could see the thing that was up there. I'm totally in support of this recommendation in the senses that I understand it, which is that we're trying to increase public confidence. However, I wonder, I like it, I guess I was a little skeptical. I'm a little concerned about state of the art and the issue that Megan raised. But then we then got into another topic, which is I like it now where it says outside experts. This recommendation does not say private companies. I'm not an expert in this area. I am also not necessarily, I don't know who the trusted people are. There is a federal statistical apparatus that is, I think historically was trusted in this area. I think it's outside the Census Bureau. I think I don't know if we can trust anybody anymore. And I don't know if we can trust our government anymore. And therefore, maybe I'm just agnostic and I'm not sure whether I can support it. But I don't, unless we know more and we want to be more specific, then I'm more happy with the intent, which is to recommend to the census that they do everything possible in terms of outside certification and, review of the processes. I actually expect and would sense and hypothesize that the Census Bureau is doing better than almost anybody around these issues, because I think it's one of the places that I know of where it's central to their mission. Everything they do depends on the privacy of their data. If that is ever compromised, the whole ship goes down. And there are obviously some other places like that. So I do need to register that. I'm a little worried, and Megan's actually comment started to, where this becomes commercial and so on. I'm not sure that necessarily takes us into better lands.
I'm going to jump in while our chairs are occupied. I'm going to take the space. I appreciate that qualification, Stuart, that maybe outside experts doesn't need to mean the private sector, but I think that because we're talking about issues of public confidence, my understanding is that the subtext here is that perhaps the public is less likely to have confidence in the public sector on this and the government, and so it would be by hearing precisely by the private sector that they would feel reassured. So, I think that sentiment is still there, even if it's not explicit. Also thinking about Megan's comment about, she expressed concern about the motives or the incentives for private companies who are not working with the Census Bureau to maybe, try to get in some advertising about the superiority of their own products, but maybe even folks who are actually working with the Census Bureau, perhaps they also have certain incentives to just green light or say, looks great because, our company was involved. So again, I guess I'm just a little bit worried about how this would play out.
Okay. Enrique?
So I don't know what the protocol is for us to weigh in on your recommendations, but we are in fact looking for an independent assessment, and I've already tasked somebody to do an independent assessment. They come from academia, they come from private sector, they come from former federal sector, totally independent of the Census Bureau, totally independent of our contractors, and it's to give us another look at cybersecurity, because I do ask Stuart to trust me, but that's not good enough. So it really is about getting just another outside look at this. So don't worry too much about the actual wording or the other people weighing in on it. It's already underway, and we have an answer already for it. So.
Just a follow-up question. This is Ann Morning. Will the results of that assessment be made available to the public?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
We do have a comment online.
Go ahead, who's ever online.
Susan Graham, your line is open.
Thank you. This is Susan Graham with Project RACE, Reclassify All Children Equally. The Casey Foundation warns that the 2020 census is mired in challenges that could shortchange the official census count by at least 2 million children younger than age 5. This discrepancy would also put hundreds of millions of federal dollars at risk. As we all know, the Casey Foundation gets its numbers from the Census Bureau. Federal dollars seem to be the focus, but can we put the money aside for the moment? It is also critical to be counted for racial identity, the whole, accurate, honest racial identity of a person. The Casey Foundation uses the appropriate and respectful term multiracial. The Census Bureau calls us two or more races people. What you don't understand is that we are more than just parts of single race communities. We are a very whole, multiracial community, and we can make a difference in our undercount with your help if you will just include us. The multiracial community has been invisible to this committee for far too long. We can only assume that you are not eager to have people check two or more races because it would benefit your groups to have our numbers. But isn't it important to have an accurate census racial count? We would hate to see interracial families and multiracial individuals skip the race question on paper or online, but this is a time of suspicion, particularly between minorities and government. This committee needs to show us that we can trust you. We are open to working with you to ensure that there is not an undercount of the multiracial community, and we sincerely hope that you are finally ready to say the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan, for that comment.
Okay, back to our discussion we were having on here. So in a sense, what I guess we're hearing from Enrique is that recommendation number one is kind of already in play. Basically, there's already some evaluation taking place of the cybersecurity. Given that, how would we like to proceed? Would we like to leave the language as it is, that we're glad to hear, oh, sorry, Tom had, or is it Alisu who's got their mic open?
So, I mean, I did submit the recommendation based on what Enrique has said. I would withdraw it. I don't think it's necessary then.
Okay, so we will withdraw recommendation one as it's already underway. And Enid has just shared with me that our lunches are here, the lunches that you ordered, and they are just outside the door here on a table. So what we're going to do is we're going to walk over there and get our lunch, and we're going to come right back down and sit down because we've got a lot of work to do, okay? All right.
For any of the members that may not have a lunch, and I believe there might be one or two, you can join me and walk to the cafeteria, and we can come right back.
Oh yes, I think Gilberto is our only in-town local person now because Megan has moved to New York. So, so unless Interdeep ordered something and it's available there, which there could be an extra lunch, you would just go and get something real quick from the cafeteria and come back. Did everyone get a copy of this around, or just did we just got it?
I think just you and me. But it's on their computer, it's on their iPad.
Okay. We're about to get started. If you could take a moment to look at, on your computer, the list of recommendations. There were some that I sent that were not there. So just look to see if you've made recommendations that they're actually there. So look for that first. Also, a couple people have come up to let us know they're withdrawing a few of them, and so you can let us know if you're withdrawing a recommendation as well, or whatever. You can let us know as we get started, et cetera. So look to be sure they're still there and that you still support them, basically.
And Julie, just you know, there are 3 recommendations that probably aren't in this version, although they are on the one on the computer. One is from Ali Sue, one's from Charlie, and one from Jim Tucker. So the most recent ones that you sent within probably like the last hour.
Okay, everyone, we are going to attempt to get started here. So we're going to go back to the ones that we have from last time. The first one was withdrawn since it's already underway. Moving on to this section on here that's entitled Section 6, Update on Integrated Partnerships and Communications Program. Then the first recommendation is from Jacob, but he was not here. Recommendation that the Census Bureau provide clarifying guidance to community partners to address responses of specific NHPI groups to the citizenship questions, such as Native Hawaiians who are opposed to U.S. annexation, Chamorros who are opposed to U.S. territorial status, American Samoans who are non-citizen U.S. nationals, and COFA migrants from Palau, Marshall Islands, and federal states of Micronesia who are legal residents but not U.S. citizens. Any discussion on this one? Yes, Randy?
Hi, Randy Aki. So I'm just not clear what we would advise them to do. So I'm just not clear, and having Jacob not be here is kind of difficult, right? I'm not clear what it is that the advice would be and what the clarifying guidance would be. Fill it out, don't fill it out because you do identify, you don't identify as a tribe, in this case not tribal citizens, but Pacific Islander citizens or opposed to annexation, all these various things. I'm just not clear on what that would be.
Okay. I know that I was flipping through before we got started here all of the responses to the recommendations that we made in June, and there was one, it might have been put forward by James, I'm not sure, that basically was asking them to work with indigenous populations to be sure that they understood citizenship and what kind of purposes of citizenship and to work with that. And they had accepted that recommendation that they were going to work with, tribal indigenous communities around the citizenship question issue. So we did have a recommendation. It mentioned some different groups. I don't know, James, do you remember this? I think it's yours. It's your recommendation. So they accepted it. So I don't know if it's comprehensive as what Jake is saying here, but it sounds very similar that the logic is that tribes may understand themselves as citizens of their own communities and not as necessarily identified citizens of the United States. And so we did get them to accept that recommendation, to explore and look into that. And this seems like a little bit of a repeat of that, only just mentioned some other groups. Would that be maybe your take on this, James?
I think that's right, because it may have been phrased by AIAN, but certainly the response and the feedback we got from them in June suggested that they were going to do it more broadly for other communities that would be impacted by it.
Okay, then it sounds actually like, given the fact there's a little bit of lack of clarity for what Jake was intending here, and unfortunately he's not with us today to explain, and the fact that it sounds like they've already responded and said they'll be doing this with regard to indigenous populations, I think we can go ahead and skip that one. Okay, so we'll go ahead and just withdraw or skip over that one.
Maybe, can I offer, and Randy, maybe your thoughts, is there a way to maybe try to just explicitly incorporate the NHPI communities into what they're planning to do for the AIA, and recognizing it's vague, so can we maybe shed some clarity to that?
But that's what I'm saying, like with tribal governments, there's a recognized federal recognition of tribal sovereignty. There is not in these particular cases with Native Hawaiians or these other indigenous peoples. That's the whole idea, right? Some are fighting to be separated from the United States as a whole. So it's a very different story from the AIA and population. That's what I'm saying. That's why I was asking what he was intending his guidance to be. It's so different in that situation, right? Not to like dismiss it. I'm saying it's an issue. I'm just not clear on what the advice would be and how separate and specific it would have to be for each one of these, the CNMI situation, the Marshallese, the Federated States of Micronesia, and the Native Hawaiians and others. So I don't know, it just seems like a lot. And I didn't know what the specifics that Jacob had in mind were here, that's all.
Maybe we can table it for the next meeting where hopefully.
Maybe table it then and see if Jake is here in the spring and we can revisit it, okay? All right, that sounds good. So then we'll move on to the next one that we had tabled, which was James. Do you want to read yours and let us know if you're still, was this one of the ones you were taking off or is this, you're keeping this one? Why don't you let us know?
So
Excuse me, this is Enid Santana. Just a reminder to all members, please state your name before you start talking. Thank you.
James Tucker. So 2B was a fragment. It was actually incorporated into other recommendations, and I'm not sure why this is here. So if we want to just remove that, and then if we could jump to 2C, I'd like to.
I'm not sure where you are. We're on the old ones. We're on the ones that were tabled from this spring. So there's no A, B, and C. It's just number 2 under this first page. Okay, well, the one that starts American Indian and Alaska Native populations and ends with AIN population, the long paragraph, that should be removed. And then the next one that comes up, I want to propose a modification of the language to make it a little more generic. Okay, so number 2 on the tabled ones you'd like to remove, so let's remove that one. Terry, and then the third one is the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau increase the number of program specialists working with AIAN populations, that they may be in place as soon as possible and in any event no later than the end of the calendar year 2018. Wishful thinking now, so what I'm going to suggest instead is that I want to substitute language that says the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau prioritize program specialists for hard-to-count populations. Terry, were you able to get that? Yes, the rest of it can be removed because I think that other hard-to-count populations are going to have many of the same issues that we have with the Alaska Natives and American Indians. Okay, so now it reads the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau prioritize program specialists for hard-to-count populations.
May I ask, Jim, if we could maybe add a sentence or a statement around prioritize program specialists for hard-to-count populations for immediate hire, or some type of, prioritize in what way?
Yeah, that's fine, because I understand they said they're going to have just under 500 in place by early next year. So of the pool that they're bringing in, if those could be, maybe it could be the pool of individuals that are in the pipeline. The partnership, yes, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure they hear what you're saying. Yes, no, I appreciate it. Okay, so we're moving to a single document that, do they all have a copy of this though, or this is what's on their computer? Okay, so now instead of looking at the paper copy we have of the ones from last year, on your document there, have they included
all of last year's as well. Not last year, but okay, they're all in there, great. So that's where the A and the B is from. Ha, I got it. I'm just the one running the show using the wrong piece of paper, that's all. Okay, so that one we've adjusted now to, that was C on here. So we've adjusted that one to say the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau prioritize program specialists for hard to count populations using its current hiring. Is there any more discussion on this?
Just partnership specialists per Megan's recommendation instead of program specialists. Partnership?
Okay.
Can I just jump in here? I understand removing the end of calendar year 2018, but I think having something attached to this for the purposes of accountability would be helpful. I don't know what that would be in terms of dates or phases of hiring, or maybe just recommending that they report back to us on how they've prioritized these partnership specialists in terms of their next round of hiring.
What about fiscal year 2019, the end of fiscal year 2019? They just started.
Okay, so some level of accountability on here. Randy, did you have a suggestion for that?
What about like the end of fiscal year 2019? Because fiscal year 2019 just started. So, because I mean, the end of 2018 is like 2 months, right, from now.
We could put in the next hiring goal date. There's like 3 or 4 hiring goal dates where they're trying to get like 500 by X date, 1,100 by X date.
And if I remember correctly, the next hiring goal date was in February, so I would use February 2019, because my understanding is the bulk of their hiring is going to be in the summer of next year, starting in June.
So then we want to put that date in there. Would you like to put February 2019, and that way we'll have an update on that at our next meeting? Okay, Terry has added that language. Okay, with that added, let's go ahead and why don't we vote to approve this recommendation? All in favor? Okay, aye. Are there any nays? Are there any abstentions? Okay, that one is approved. So let's move forward here to our next one. Also from James, the NAC recommends, the NAC recommends that this program specialist working with, wait, is that the one we just did? No, it's a different one. The program specialist working with AIAN population place particular emphasis on working with tribal governments and Native organizations to address non-traditional addresses, homelessness, and other forms of housing instability. Any discussion on this?
It's mainly just following up, and it actually alludes to a conversation I had with Carol a couple of days ago, that the program specialists don't seem to necessarily have the toolkit that they need for the hard-to-count populations that they're working with. So it's possible we can either leave it very specific like this, or we can make it more generic and focus just generally on making sure that the program specialists who are working with hard-to-count populations are actually trained in how to work with those hard-to-count populations, because it seems like the training is just a little too generic right now for those partnership specialists.
Okay, Randy?
So I'm in favor of making it more generalized and saying, for instance, AIN reservation-based populations, right? Because there's other groups that are clearly homeless and clearly have non-traditional, just generic rural populations. And I think it's a useful comment, it's a useful recommendation regardless of the subpopulation. I think naming a couple of the populations, AIAN, rural populations, as an example, is helpful. So I think my recommendation would be to take it, generalize it, and then put, for example, AIN populations, other rural populations, and other transitory, I don't know how we get other homeless and those kinds of things. But I think it's a point made, should be made more forcefully and generalized.
Okay.
I think it's a great idea. I think it should be more general. The other thing I would add is I think there should be specifically also talking about non-citizens as one of the examples, because it's going to be a huge issue.
Okay, so it looks like Terry is hard at work incorporating these changes. It now reads, well, she's still typing. Let's give her just a second, and then we'll read it as it's been modified and see if we're okay with that. Okay, are we ready to read it? Okay, the NAC recommends that partnership specialists place particular emphasis on addressing non-traditional addresses, homelessness, citizenship, and other forms of housing instability. For example, partnership specialists working with AIAN populations, the AIN population should work, it's fine, with tribal governments and Native organizations to address these issues. Does that sound good?
I would just recommend, again, making it a little more generic and just say perhaps the NAC recommends that partnership plus specialists place particular emphasis on issues affecting the hard-to-count population to which they are assigned, and then give the examples after that. Yes.
Okay, my mic just went out. The NAC recommends that the partnership specialists place particular emphasis on issues affecting the hard-to-count populations to which they are assigned, such as non-traditional addresses, homelessness, citizenship, and other forms of housing instability. For example, partnership specialists working with the AIAN population should work with tribal governments and Native organizations to address these issues.
So in the interest of simplifying it even more, Arto makes a good point. Citizenship should be before non-traditional addresses. Because, okay. And then I would just eliminate the second sentence and just keep it more generic.
Excuse me.
Okay, and Stuart?
No, I mean, I think that makes sense to have it around training. The other thing I think that needs to be clarified is I would make it non-citizenship rather than citizenship. But I think Stuart makes a good point that it should.
So the NAC recommends that the training of partner specialists place particular. Right. I think that was what your original attempt.
So let's add that in there, the training of, okay, we've got it in there. Okay, so now we have the NAC recommends that the training of partnership specialists place particular emphasis on issues affecting hard-to-count populations to which they are assigned, such as non-citizenship, non-traditional addresses, homelessness, and other forms of housing instability. Okay, all in favor? Any nays? Any abstentions? Rolling right along here. Okay. So our next one on here is also from James. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau not remove any of the 4.7 million residences identified as unoccupied that are on tribal lands, because many of those homes on tribal lands have become or may become occupied again because of the lack of adequate housing.
And this just refers to the fact that we found that, for example, the Wind River Reservation in Wyoming, the Navajo Nation, a lot of places that may have been identified previously by census as being unoccupied, people have moved in because there's no other place to live. And so our concern was that if you remove those, then you're going to end up missing people. And again, that's why we tried to limit it just to tribal lands, because I think it's an issue that's much more prevalent on the reservations.
Okay, Ali Sue and then Megan.
How early are those, do they remove millions of households that are unoccupied?
This was something that they talked about. They had a presentation on this in June. And so they were talking about doing it. I don't know if they've done it yet. I think it's probably a question for the Bureau. I don't know, but it was something that they had mentioned that they were talking about doing it before.
But to remove unoccupied housing a year before census makes 0 sense. I doubt that they would do it far in advance.
I don't know if we have anybody in the room who can clarify or answer that for us. Probably not. Do we want to await further clarification from, ask someone upstairs about that and move on, or not? Or should we just go ahead and we can just put the recommendation forward, and if they're not doing it, then it won't matter? Is that how? Megan, oh, I skipped over Megan. Megan had something as well. Megan?
I was going to ask for us to pair this with information on how and when they're removing households from using administrative records, which is right how they're doing it, because I think even outside of tribal lands, there are certain cities in which it's pretty ubiquitous that people are using residences, whether or not they have, legal entitlement to, and that might, I mean, not that you're gonna knock on that door and have the person who's squatting there answer the door, but I just feel like having more information about that would help us get a better understanding of how they're interacting with those addresses.
Okay, Randy and then Carol.
I think we had a working group on this like 3 cycles ago on administrative records, and my understanding of it is that people aren't, residences aren't removed. They're only, the administrative information is used for NRFU, for instance. We've gone 3 times, we've knocked 3 times, we're just gonna stop, we're gonna look in the admin data, and there's been no tax returns there, or there's been no anything else that's been there for the last 5 years. So we're not gonna actually send a body out there, is the idea. That's my understanding from the working group that we had like 5 years ago that specifically worked on this. But again, things may have changed. I wasn't here for last session's meeting, so maybe things have changed. But that was my understanding of how the admin records played into identifying of unoccupied houses. It's not that people were taking off Ross, it's not that things were disappeared, is my understanding.
So I recall the same conversation, Randy, and I am fairly certain we even heard it in one of the presentations since we've been here in the last day and a half. But I'd like to strengthen this a bit, James, with your permission, and that is to suggest that it's not just vacant housing, and it's the transiency of populations of Alaska Native and Native American people, the seasonality of some of their occupancy that's related to subsistence. So I'm not saying add that whole thing, but that there's seasonal housing, there's transiency in the housing, the movement of families. So if we could somehow include the term transiency and seasonality of housing, I think that would strengthen what we're trying to say here for this particular population.
Yeah, I'm completely fine with that. And by the way, one of the things that comes up frequently in Alaska is they call places like fish houses. And where they go when they do subsistence fishing, they're only there for the 6 weeks that they can subsistence fish or hunt. So I think that makes sense.
Okay, so for Terry's adding on here, we would want it to say something like, first, do we want to go more general about lack of removal and then use the tribal lands as an example, like we did with the prior one? Would that be helpful then? Or no? I think someone said something about being more general. Was that Randy? Okay, maybe I imagined it. All right, so, or maybe that was Megan. Okay, so we could leave it that part as is. So the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau not remove any of the 4.7 residents identified as unoccupied that are on tribal lands, because many of those with homes on tribal lands have become or may become occupied again because of the lack of adequate housing. And then Carol, you had some language that you wanted to add.
I would add at the end after adequate housing, comma, seasonal subsistence housing, and transient populations. Just to clarify and keep it simple.
Okay, with the current wording, everyone in favor? Say aye. Aye. Any nays? Any abstentions? Okay, moving forward here. So our next one is from Miley, who's not here. Communications contractors need to be funded to support translation and outreach in languages that are not covered by census translation. So here, I guess, we could change this to the NAC recommends in the beginning in terms of polishing it up if we're going to keep it. The NAC recommends that communication contractors need to be funded to support translation and outreach in languages that are not covered by the census translation. She's not specifying here which languages those were, but I think that there were some at the June meeting that she's responding to here that were not. Discussion on this one?
I mean, Terry Menace, Advanced Justice AJC. I know that, for example, that there's no coverage for any Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander language, no Alaskan Native language through the Language Assistance Guide or any of the other support tiers materials. And I think I think Navajo is the only American Indian language that is covered. So I suspect that that's sort of what she.
Maybe we should add those. Can you just maybe put some of those in so that it's clear some of the examples that we're talking about, including those, and then we'll do a vote on that. James, do you have further commentary?
Yeah, we may just want to add one word because they've said that there are 59 languages that they're going to cover other than English, so we can probably just include 59 in the 59 languages that are not, I'm sorry, outside of the 59 languages that are covered, I think would make sense. And after Alaska Native, I would add American Indian.
So now we have the NAC recommends that the communication contractors need to be funded to support translation and outreach in languages outside of the 59 languages currently covered by the Census Language Support Program, such as NHPI, Alaska Native, it's Alaska Native, we'll take the N off, and American Indian languages. Okay? All in favor? Say aye. Any nays? Any abstentions? Moving on. Okay. Next one here is from Desi. And unfortunately, she's not with us. Or is there a second part? Is that not Desi's? It says Desi next to that little paragraph. Okay, I'm just going to read it here. Is there a breakdown of the percent of CPEP budget directed to different racial ethnic groups? It was said that 50% of the budget in 2010 targeted English language outreach, but within that 50%, what proportions targeted hard to reach populations? This sounds like a question maybe from the June meeting. I'm not sure if I remember exactly what it's referring to. Should we table it since Desi is not here and unless somebody else shares that question? Maybe we move this to the section on requests for information, and it could be forwarded to whoever gave that presentation on the CPEP budget, and they could answer it. So let's take that, cut and paste it over there to the section on requests for information. Thank you, Carol. Okay. The next one was from Miley. Let me give Terry a second to cut and paste that one, move it on. Share the findings of CBAM's focus groups with the NAC. Well, we just had the findings from the CBAM's focus group shared with us, so I think we can go ahead and skip that one. Moving on to, this one was from Desi. Requests for Kendall and Maria. List all of the regional tribal partnership specialists who've been hired with contact details, contact information for YNR to pass on to additional subcontractors interested in working with the 2020 communications campaign. So this is more of a request for release of information than it is really a recommendation. Terry?
I actually wanted to go back one, but agree with you on this, that this is a request, so we can move that to the info. But I was wondering for G, instead of share the findings for the CBM focus group, could we do a recommendation around maybe share access to the underlying raw data, as well as provide NAC the opportunity to not influence is probably the wrong word, but provide input into the final report. I think one of the things.
Do we already have a?
I did not type that out.
Okay, I'm not sure if anyone. I remember somebody suggested that during the.
That was me.
Is that you? Okay, so because I was it was you. Okay, somebody suggested that yesterday during the meeting and said, can we, it was you, can we please have the information? So maybe we can just let's backpedal here and go back up to Miley's, share the findings, and instead just stick in there the one that you're talking about. So you are the architect of that one, and I think it was, I remember it being shared yesterday. So say the NAC recommends that they share access to these findings regarding the CBAM's focus groups, materials, and get feedback from us, basically, regarding before they come out with their final report. I think Arturo also had some suggestions if they did not do focus groups that focused on English-speaking Latinos, which is a real detriment since that's the majority of Latinos in this country. And so I don't know if we want to add in there so we can provide guidance for additional work, et cetera, that may need to be done, something like that?
Is there a second part, or is it different?
So
Tom?
So the second part about providing input and guidance on, I agree with. About access, I thought that the answer that we got yesterday was that the underlying data was released in discovery in the litigation. And that's public unless there's a protective order.
So it wasn't clear, I think Megan and I had a sidebar conversation about that. I thought what Dr. Abad had talked about was the, more like methodology, or there was something, so not the actual responses, but something else that was released.
I think he said the full data file was released, but there is no information available to the public on how to look at or read that information. So it's like a
Right, but I assume that's
mishmash of-
fairly easily reverse engineered. I mean, again, it's just I mean, he then suggested that somehow it wasn't public, but discovery, unless it's covered by protective order, is public, so.
Yeah, I'm just not clear on it.
So maybe it's the recommended Census Bureau to the, I mean, like.
Do we
give it
want to
to
put
us,
this
like,
in a
give it to us
request
in
for
a
information?
usable-
Do we want to put this in a, we can leave this in here about sharing the report with us and getting feedback from us. We can also add in the request for information section, maybe letting us know what the availability is of this and what ways to access it if it is publicly available because of discovery. So maybe we can put that, keep this. So let's approve this, assuming it's going to be approved, and then stick in the other section something about a request. So let's keep with where we're at here. So the NAC recommends the Census Bureau share the underlying survey response. What survey? It's the CBAMs. Yeah, underlying CBAM survey response to the NAC and provide NAC an opportunity to provide input to the final report prior to the end of the year. Did they say when they were finalizing the report? Okay, then that would make sense. Great, so all in favor, say aye. Any nays? Any abstentions? Okay, and then let's skip over and add a request for information that we would like to know how to access the information from the CBAM survey at what level it's available, et cetera, what we can access. So maybe stick that over there in request for information. Okay, while she's typing that here, we had moved the question from Desi to also to the request for information, where she asked about the regional tribal partnership specialist names and contact details. Miley also had then, please share the findings of the CBAM's focus groups. I guess that's repeated here, so that was above and it's also here. And so that's already taken care of, so we can skip that. K, please have a plan to reach those affected by the lava in Hawaii from Miley. I don't know that we need that one here. I imagine they're aware of the situation and moving forward with that. The next one here, this is from Gilberto. Given the inaction of the OMB, the Census Bureau should continue its efforts towards the approval of a combined race ethnicity for future censuses to achieve an accurate counting of Black, Afro-Latino, Afro-descendant populations originating from all regions, while making its best effort to maximize the capture of all the necessary data to ensure maximum inclusion and aggregation of these numbers to reflect our real weight in the total population. This effort should include resources for partners on the ground in hard-to-reach communities, and the production of information and promotional materials to showcase the diversity of the Afro-descendant populations and foster higher levels of self-identification, especially among Afro-Latinos. Gilberto, any discussion on your recommendation?
In fact, Gilberto Amaya, I'm not sure if in the last session we agreed that the Census Bureau was going to continue to work with the OMB on the combined race and ethnicity question. So I think that was addressed last time, right? Or am I?
Right now, it looks as though the separate questions is going to be what we're going to end up with, unfortunately. And so it's going to be the Latino Hispanic origin question followed by the race. There are some amendments that have been made on the race question. You will be able to list ethnicities underneath white and underneath black, which for the purposes of what you're asking here, people could then, instead of just having to check Black, African American, they can check Black and they can write in, I'm Afro-Latino, I'm Afro-Cuban, something like that. And so there will be some things there that may speak to some of the issues in terms of the changes, but there will not be Latino-Hispanic option that will be combined in there with the race. So that's where we're at right now in terms of the coming census. It sounds like for your piece here, you're kind of wanting the materials themselves that partners receive in terms of getting people to participate to reflect the racial diversity of the Latino community so that Afro-Latinos see themselves represented and therefore feel as though they can check both the Latino-Hispanic and check the black box. Is that what I'm kind of hearing?
I have that on my recommendation from yesterday. I was going to remove that part from there, but what I wanted to know is if work will continue with OMB for the combined question, or is something that we're going to put to rest definitely?
That is the big question. I will defer to Karen.
Hi, this is Karen Battle, Chief of the Population Division. And until the standards that ONB issues regarding the race and ethnicity and how we must collect it, until those standards are up for discussion for potential change, then I do not envision any further work with ONB at this time on the combined approach.
Okay, so we're going to put to rest that part. And I'll just ask that we remove that because I come back to it on the next.
Okay, so you want to remove this one because I know you have the second point on here in a separate recommendation that we'll get to. Okay, so we will withdraw this one and get to the second part of it in a later recommendation that Gilberto has already put on here. All right, so then moving forward here, the next section. NAC recommends that the Bureau evaluate and report on the potential effects of any presidential executive order purporting to alter the current definition of the United States citizenship on, number one, content of Census 2020 citizenship question, and two, Census 2020 staff hiring currently limited to citizens. And this is Tom's. So would you like to add to that or talk a little bit more about your recommendation?
I think it's pretty self-explanatory. I mean, I do think that there is a danger that the president moves forward with what he's threatened, and with that looming danger, I think the Bureau needs to face up to it and plan for it. I mean, it could affect the content of the question in a way that would make it a completely untested question, even on the ACS, and it could impact their ability to hire or how they hire.
Okay, any further discussion on this one? All in favor, say aye.
Quick question.
Aye. Any nays? Any abstentions? Was there a question? Oh, Terry, did you have a question?
Well, the only thing I didn't know, Tom, if you wanted to put any type of like immediately or, some type of time frame.
Something urgent. The Census Bureau should immediately evaluate and report. Let's stick that in there because it's as important. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau immediately evaluate and report on the potential effects of, everyone's okay with that? Yeah? Friendly amendment on there? Okay. All right, great. Okay, so that one's all, we've already voted on that one. Let's move forward. The NAC recommends that the Bureau reconsider its current decision to request waivers only in limited circumstances to require that it hire only United States citizens for staff positions. Tom?
So I at least for one, I'm still confused by what the current status practice is with regard to waivers. I don't know that there were any waivers requested in end-to-end. I mean, one person was saying yes, well, I was looking over at the person sitting next to them who was shaking his head. So I really don't know what went on in the end-to-end as far as waivers go. I don't know what the plans are, but what has been articulated to us is that they will seek waivers, particularly based on language skills in limited circumstances. And I just don't think that's enough. So I would both like clarity, and I'd like them to take a broader view about seeking waivers.
Okay, so I can see, let's clarify this one. So the NAC recommends that the Bureau reconsider its current position to take, maybe we just say our understanding, the NAC understands that that the current decision is to request waivers only in limited circumstances. and that otherwise persons are to be citizens for a staff position. The NAC recommends that the Bureau change this position and include the, do we want to make it stronger, change this position toward the hiring of non-citizens whenever necessary to meet populations, something like that?
The problem with wherever necessary is they're going to say that's what they're doing. I mean, that's why, I want to actually determine if they're going to expand their current view or not. But I think they would say their current position is they will seek waivers where necessary to obtain certain language skills, for example. But I think it should be broader than that if you want to avoid some of the negative effects on responsiveness.
So do we want to leave the language as is? Elisu, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I would say for enumerator positions, because I think that's what we're talking about, right? And staff, to be staff of the Census Bureau, you've always had to be a citizen.
So let's definitely shift that and say.
I would say staff for field positions.
For field positions, field enumerator positions.
But I would say field and partnership positions. I'm not sure if partner specialist falls within field.
Field and partner specialists, including enumerators, and we'll put some examples in there. Okay. Terry? All right, so let's read it through. The NAC understands that its current decision is to request waivers only in limited circumstances to the require. Oh, she's still typing. Okay, I'll give her a minute. The NAC understands that the Census Bureau's current decision is to request waivers only in limited circumstances to the requirement. It's a little bit confusing. I think there's too many twos in there. This is my English major side coming out. Hold on. NAC understands them. The NAC understands that the Census Bureau's current decision is to request waivers to the requirement that it hire only United States citizens for staff positions only in limited circumstances, period. Okay, that's better. NAC recommends that the Bureau expand to request a blanket waiver for hiring of non-citizens as field partnerships and staff, including enumerators. I think that's nice. Good, thumbs up. All in favor say aye. Any nays? Any abstentions? We are passed. Okay. So the next one here, number 3, from Jerry Green, who unfortunately wasn't able to join us today, but she may have called in. I'll check with Tara. Indigenous hiring will be critical to obtaining an accurate count in historically undercounted populations. A robust economy may not be the ultimate cause of low hiring and recruitment in the Black community, as double-digit employment and an entrenched underemployed segment of the African American population continues to lag well behind the robust national economy. The Bureau should inform the NAC of hiring and recruitment obstacles in real time to enlist the support and the assistance of advisors and stakeholders to ensure an accurate count of African American populations. Okay, well, Jerry isn't here, but I think this is fairly clear, it seems to be, that basically they want to know more about the hiring and recruitment obstacles in response to counting African Americans. Does anyone have any discussion on this? All in favor? Aye. Any nays? Any abstentions? Moving forward. Another one from Jerry. The NAC recommends, we can put in the beginning of this.
Can I just ask one question on the last one?
Sure.
Indigenous hiring, is that clear what that means? Does it mean local or community-based?
I was thinking community-based, but that's a very good point.
So I would
because indigenous could mean actually indigenous. So maybe we'll make a little amendment on here to be
local community-based.
Local community-based hiring, something like that. Let's change indigenous to local community-based hiring. I think what she meant here, because she was referring specifically to the African American population, was like the local community folks, like who live in the African American neighborhood. I think that's what she meant here, as opposed, like she means like indigenous, like people who live there, as opposed to like the use of indigenous as meaning actually like Native American, Native Hawaiian, etc. So I think local community, and local community could be indigenous if your local community is indigenous, but I think that's what she's specifying here. James, did you want to add?
Yeah, and I think it's because we also had a separate recommendation specifically for the AIAN community that we had in June. So there was something that was kind of a counterpart to this that we already submitted.
Okay, So let's, we already said yes on this, and that was just a small point of clarification. So I think we're good to vote that one as all ayes. Okay, moving forward here. Let's see, this is also Jerry Green's. This NAC recommends that they add outreach to returning citizens. More than 700,000 formerly incarcerated individuals are released nationally to communities each year, according to statistics. An accurate account of returning citizens is important to historically undercounted populations. Okay? All in favor? Oh, discussion? Charles?
I just had a question in terms of census enumerators and volunteers and other people, if there are any restrictions on people because of criminal justice backgrounds, and if so, that would have a tremendously deleterious effect on certain populations. And I think that there shouldn't be, and if anything, it must be related to the actual offense and how it would impede against performing the duties. I just don't know.
They do have those. I think we talked about this at one of our last meetings, and we had a recommendation where we advised that the Bureau to hold to, I forgot what institution it was, that there's basically a fair practices or best practices approach to this, where it should have to do with what, that take into account what exactly the crime was and whether it's related to. Tom, you may want to help me out here.
Yeah, they did say that that's what they did, that it was only with respect to certain offenses that they deemed connected to the safety and security of the community. But I also thought that we were going to be setting up some subcommittee or working group. That was a recommendation, so that we could work on some of these employment-related issues and maybe get more detail about stuff like this. So.
Okay. Does it? Let's see. Maybe if Tara or Enid could look through our recommendation responses that we got last. I have them on my computer, but since I'm doing this, if you could look at that and see if you can find the recommendation that we're talking about, we can see what their response was. Do we want to do that first and then see what we want to add to that in terms of how they responded?
So they responded to the setting up the committee, I believe, by saying yes. But
I thought that was the response, but I couldn't remember.
But I don't remember whether there was one specifically on the issue of criminal background. So.
I think we had a recommendation specifically on that. And so I'll see if maybe Tara can look for it or during our next break. And then if it wasn't addressed satisfactorily, then I think we can bring it back. Okay?
Julie, can you give me there are a couple new recommendations that came in. Can I get 5 minutes just to update the document that we're working on?
Okay. So do you want to take a break?
However you want to do it. It's just
or do we want to keep talking? This one, okay, people are requesting a break. I think people want a break. We'll have a 5-minute break. Only 5, and then come back. Okay, thank you.
You will now be placed into conference.
This is Carol Gore, the chair of the NAC. If you're online, could you please identify yourself?
This is the operator. I pulled your line out privately. Would you repeat what you just said?
Can you just repeat? We didn't understand.
Oh, I was saying, would you like your recordings on hold until you return?
Return.
Yes.
Yes.
But we're
Thank you.
basically already returning. So.
Okay. Okay.
okay?
Well, they're in
Are we
progress. Just let me know whenever you go to another break.
Where was it coming from? Okay, so
I'll return your line back into conference.
Terry, are you ready?
You will now be placed into conference.
We're back. Okay, so so we are back on this, and I don't know if we located the old. We have not located the old recommendation. It could have been the time before this last time, so it may not. It may have been the last fall's recommendation. So, but we will look for that again during our next break. In the meantime, let's go ahead and move forward if we can. Terry, were you ready with? I think Terry was doing some editing. And we left off here with, which one? We left off with did we vote on Jerry Green's here, or did we not vote on I don't think we voted yet on the returning citizens. So this was the NAC recommends that we add outreach to returning citizens. More than 700,000 formerly incarcerated individuals are released nationally to communities each year, according to statistics. An accurate count of returning citizens is important for historically undercounted populations. So,
Quick question. So,
Terry?
I was going to ask, should we add outreach to returning citizens in partnership and communications plans?
Could I just?
Yes, I think so. Tom?
Can I just begin by asking that we change the word citizens? They are not all citizens.
I think that's an important point here. I was thinking of that myself. Citizen also has so many other connotations right now in our political context. I think she's trying to emphasize here, you know, like
yeah,
a
she
certain.
doesn't want to use another term, which is fine, but I think we just say returning residents.
Returning residents. I think we can use returning residents here. Or just, you know, individuals returning, individuals who have been recently released basically and are returning to the general population or the general public, something like that would be good, because not all people who are released, like I said, are citizens. Okay.
Does that work? No?
Well, I actually think she's trying to avoid formerly incarcerated and trying to avoid ex-felon and language like that.
Well, she has formerly incarcerated right here. More than 700,000 formerly incarcerated individuals. So that's what the language I was thinking.
I think she's probably using, I can't speak for her for sure, but there's reasons we use returning citizen as a phrase because of its association with voting rights. And
no,
so,
I'm familiar with that.
Yes,
but I also agree with Tom that they're not all citizens.
Yes, no,
so.
but I also think she's not going to care here
Probably
as long
not,
as we're
yeah.
getting across the actual recommendation of communicating with that community.
Okay.
So, and because she uses formerly incarcerated elsewhere, I think that's fine. Okay.
All right, so let's, how's it worded now? It's worded as the NAC recommends that Census Bureau add outreach to returning individuals in partnership and communications. See, that sounds a little bit weird because you're not sure until you read the second sentence what the returning phrase from. So maybe we could start this off. Can we just move the more than the statistic up instead? And so instead we could say more than 700 formerly incarcerated individuals are released nationally to communities each year, according to statistics. The NAC recommends that we outreach to these individuals. Would that just solve the issue right there? So more than 700,000 formerly incarcerated individuals are released nationally to communities each year, according to statistics. NAC recommends that Census Bureau add outreach to these returning individuals in partnership and communications plans. And then take off the, wait, no, that stays. An accurate count of returning citizens is important to historically undercounted populations. Returning individuals. Okay, good, excellent. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any nays? Any abstentions? Okay. Excellent. Okay, moving on. This is from Interdeep, who I don't think is on the phone. Okay. During the test in Providence, were there any differences in completion of census form based on paper mode, online, or interview? Request Census Bureau staff as soon as analysis is complete. I think she asked this question. It was answered yesterday. So I remember it being answered. I don't remember exactly what the answer was, but I think it was. We can either just move it to request for information, or we can just remove it. Maybe just cut and paste it and put it under under request for information in case she didn't get an adequate answer. That's what she meant here. Yep. Let's do that. Okay. Next, we're moving on to section 3, the CBAMs. Is that where we are now? Yes. Okay. Are there a few more that because you were integrating some new ones? Okay. So what are the new ones that we don't have on the handout here? Are they on the computer for us, or are they just on there? Okay. Well, why don't we just? I can just read it from up there. I'm totally fine with that. So right here, number 6. As members of the National Advisory Committee on Racial, Ethnic, and Other Populations of the United States Census Bureau, we represent a large and diverse share of the expertise outside of the Census Bureau itself on the science of collecting information from people about their racial, ethnic, and nationality status. We are recommending that the U.S. Census Bureau submit the following brief statement regarding the inclusion of a citizenship question to the President of the United States, the Secretary of Commerce, and members of the U.S. House of Representatives and U.S. Senate. Quote, as experts selected for the National Advisory Committee on Racial, Ethnic, and Other Populations to advise the U.S. Census Bureau, we state in our professional judgment that there is no value to the added citizenship question to the United States decennial census, and doing so will undermine the very purpose of the census to provide a complete and accurate count as required by the Constitution. Many of us have submitted individual commentary to the U.S. Census Bureau that provides much fuller information on the research and science that undergirds this recommendation, which we also hope will be shared by the President, the Secretary, and members of Congress. I think that's lovely. I actually had a one myself, which was reiterating our opposition to it, but this sounds much fancier in terms of the wording, and I like it. Any discussion on this?
Just
Tom.
I love it too. I would just add, because it may make it a little easier for them to accept, that we are recommending that the Census Bureau submit on behalf of the NAC the following brief statement. So that
sounds great. On behalf of the NAC, because we understand that they may not be able to say this themselves, but we can, and that's what we want them to do. Our committee met, and this is what it said, and we're putting this forward. All in favor? Oh, was there another comment? Charles?
Yeah, I just wanted to say in drafting this up that I've never been involved with such a passionate group of nerds and geeks on issues around diversity and equity, and I really do think that if there is a brain trust or a group of people who can speak to this issue from a scientific basis, it is this group. So I really appreciate the work of us all. I think we've said it many different times, but I wanted to reiterate it and then try to make sure that it does get picked up. Thanks.
Okay, great. So do we all in favor say aye? Any nays? Any abstentions? That one passes. All right. Carol.
I just want to offer a clarification. We had a discussion a few minutes ago about hiring of returning residents. So in 2017, we had a recommendation asking the Census Bureau. We knew that the Census Bureau settled a case in 2015 about hiring of staff for 2010 census, where use of criminal background check was shown to have a discriminatory impact on people of color. We asked for a copy of the settlement agreement, and we asked for data on applicants' results of criminal background check. Those were our 2 questions in our recommendation. The Census Bureau responded with a link to that case, and that completes their response. So it wasn't specific, was specifically like the question that was posed earlier in the recommendations, but we did ask a related question in 2017, just for clarification.
Yolanda.
Yolanda Marlowe. Did that case originate out of Pennsylvania?
New York. Okay. I feel like I'm remembering another one that we did, but it may have been 2 years ago, or how long have I been on this thing? 5 years or something? It was a long time ago. I remember there was like a best practices we told them to follow, and like, but we can always restate that because I don't know when that was, and so I don't know if we want to do that at the end and create a new one, basically, and maybe we'll do that at the end, basically, and come up with. I'll make a note to myself, unless we want to do it right now. Do we want to do that one right now, or do we want to do it at the end? Teku?
Oh, this is on the last recommendation.
On this one, okay, go ahead.
I was just wondering if the specific language here is something that we could share with our constituencies, since we occasionally get asked what we are doing as a committee on the citizenship question.
Yeah, I plan on taking that and cut and pasting it and putting it in my Facebook status. That's what I'd like to do. Can somebody email me that? Email me Charles's, or maybe we can all receive this document emailed back to us of our votes that has all of this. That would be fantastic. Tara says she will send it to us. Maybe we'll send it during the break or right when we're done. Okay, great. So let's, do we want to craft one regarding the hiring of individuals who may have criminal backgrounds, or do we want to do that at the end? Let's move forward with what we've got going and steady the course here, and we'll come back to that at the end. How about, because that takes some language. Maybe during the break we could craft the language so that we're not using up too much of our time here. Okay, so was there another one? These are new ones that we're working on here that Terry has incorporated. So we voted yes on Charles's, and the next one on here is the NAC would like to reiterate our objection to the proposed citizenship question. That was mine, but see, that's so small and short, and look at Charles's amazing one. So let's just remove that because we don't need it anymore. And the next one there, it's also, no, that's not the one before it. There are two. So the one before is withdrawn, the one that we object to it. And so then I also said the NAC would like the Census Bureau to commit to not following up on unanswered citizenship questions. While the census now says it's unlikely they will conduct follow-up on a missing citizenship question, it would be helpful to have a clear policy on this so we can convey to trusted messengers and the general public. I suggested this because we at our last meeting said, well, we don't want a citizenship question, we said, and then we said, if you're gonna have it, can you not follow up on it? And the response that we received was that, sorry, we can't do that. You know, like if we must convey that should they not fill out the citizenship question, there's an increase, I think it was, the wording was there's an increased likelihood that they will receive follow-up, basically. And then yesterday, Enrique said that, let me go right over here. Enrique said, or it was either you or Ron, it might have been both of you actually, said, actually, you know, like if they don't, when pressed here, if they don't fill it out, it's not very likely that we're gonna go after them for just the one question, right? And so I was like, yes, we're moving in the right direction here. That sounds really good. And I think that it might have been John, actually, I think it was John Yang that said, that's really great, I'm glad to hear that, but can something be communicated more formally in terms of policy here? And maybe the answer will be no, I don't know. But can something be communicated more formally in terms of policy here that we can relay basically to our trusted messengers and partners in this, then it's unlikely you will receive follow-up. Like, is there a possibility that we could have a policy of non-follow-up regarding that? And so that's where this recommendation is coming from. Tom?
So I love the spirit of the recommendation. I think it might be better if we ask the Bureau adopt and clarify a policy about NRFU with respect to any single unanswered question or specific unanswered questions. More generally, because I think that if we focus on the citizenship question on this one, we're less likely to get anything. So, I mean, but if the Bureau would come out with a clear policy about NRFU with respect to specific missing questions, that would do it, I think. But
Ali Sue?
But there are needs for retrieving some missing questions that will have to be done as they are off, you know, on and off on the decennial, like for instance to the duplicate households. So I don't think they can say that they will not follow on anything, on any missing.
Well, my view is that the policy could say that. I mean, the policy could say there's certain information that's so critical we would do NRFU. Well, there's others where administrative records is the first recourse or the only recourse, et cetera. I mean, I don't think it's asking a lot that there be some clarity about, with respect to the whole questionnaire, what is NRFU?
Okay, so let's, maybe we'll do some language adaptation here and say the NAC would like the Census Bureau to clarify, maybe? Oh, did you just try to do, okay, so where am I now? I'm under A. Okay, so that's supposed to be this one. Okay, the NAC would like clarification from the Census Bureau on how its NRFU policy will address missing responses to the questions on the decennial census form, including when one question is a missing response. Maybe we could put that in the beginning and then follow up with, for example, how would the citizen, something like that, basically. Mm.
And that's just anticipating what the response is going to be.
Okay.
Unfortunately, a bureau's response, if it's focused on citizenship, I think is going to be focused on ongoing litigation, and it's
going
to be a we can't do this now or something like that in the best government language. But I think as a general request, the way Terry's worded it is
okay. Good. All right. So we can let's remove mine and sub it with the with the changed one. Will we ask them then, when only one, which particular ones they will follow up on? Or we don't even want to invite that. We'll leave it alone. Okay. All right. So delete mine. Let's vote on the other one. How about that?
Actually,
or Ann?
Before we delete it.
Okay, hold on.
Delete it, I mean, I think that your language, usually, it has an aspirational quality that we should keep in there in the same way we did with Charles' inspiring message about the Constitution, that, you know, we might want to consider, you know, language which says, you know, we strongly encourage the Bureau to not follow up in the cases of a missing citizenship response.
Maybe we could.
A second piece could be the sort of request for information, request for clarification on.
Okay, so the NAC would like the Census Bureau to.
Right, or the NAC
strongly
recommends
encourages
that the Census Bureau.
The NAC would like the Census Bureau
commit to a policy of not conducting non-response follow-up in the cases of questionnaires which are missing only
Terry,
the
are you getting
citizenship item.
Well, I was going to ask, didn't we do that last time?
We did. That's what I said in the beginning. So we asked them not to do follow-up, and they said that they basically cannot guarantee that they would, that not answering one question or not answering any question leads to an increased likelihood of basically non-response follow-up, of them having to follow up. So we already asked it, but I'm just pushing basically back on that, I guess. And do you have anything more?
I guess what I'm saying is, again, I'm thinking, like, I get that the response has been, well, we can't commit to that, I get to that, but I feel like these recommendations, again, have sort of an aspirational quality, or it's an opportunity for us to get down on the record our committee's views, regardless of the likelihood that we think they have of being adopted. So I think it might still be worth having some of this language in there, but, you know, others may not agree.
I'm going to keep it. I was trying to be all inspirational this morning, so I don't want to scale that back. I'm going to keep it. I'd like to, I mean, people could vote for or against it, but I think I'm going to keep it as it stands, and then also keep the second one as well. Or you could put the first one, that one first, and then have the second one, and they can be separate. Megan?
I just wanted to know if we had added in, we talked about this so briefly, but you know how sometimes when you're doing a form online, you can't get to the next page unless you answer a question on that page? Did we add a recommendation in here that the citizenship question not?
It's supposed to be last. It's supposed to be the last question. But will you still be able to submit if it's, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a very, very good. Okay.
I don't know how to phrase that as like a recommendation.
But maybe I'm wrong, but I thought stop logic was clearly not going to be used on the computer.
Well, let's make sure that we make a recommendation that it not be. So, okay, let's.
That sounded like a real tech term. We should use it.
I just want to throw that stop logic tech term out there for you.
Just in the interest of time, could we try to word that and then send it to, instead of doing this now, then we can go through the ones we already have? Because that's something I think it's going to take a little while for us to go through, if that's okay.
I'm not on. During the break, we'll do the one about the criminal background one and the stop language, what did you use? What's the fancy word you just used? Stop lodging. Okay, we'll do that about the citizenship question. So we'll do both of those during the break. So let's
And
move
Julie,
forward.
So on this one, what I would suggest is actually I'd like to keep them as two separate, actually recommendations, because I think Tom makes a good point about the fact that.
Yeah, that's what I said. So they'll be both two separate. So let's do, we'll just do mine first and then the second one. So the NAC would like the Census Bureau to commit to not following up on the unanswered citizenship question. While Census now says it's unlikely they will follow up on a missing citizenship question, it would be helpful to have a clear policy on this that we can convey to trusted messengers and the general public. All in favor? Are there any nays? Are there any abstentions?
I'm really sorry to be a nitpicker. This is Ann Morning. Again, given what you said, Julie, about sort of the previous attempt at this and the response that, well, we can't commit, rather than saying we'd like to get a commitment, how about if we say, you know, the NAC strongly endorses a policy of not following up on
I'm totally fine with that. The NAC strongly endorses not following up on a policy of not following up. Perfect. That sounds perfect. Do we revote? Everybody's cool? Okay. All right, we're good on that.
And then we might even take away the second line about, they say it's, you know, be helpful to have a clear policy, because it sounds like from what we've heard before, we're not likely to get
I want to keep that. Can you put that back? Okay. Yeah, I want to keep that, because we basically said the first part last time, and then, you know, like, I think we're trying to emphasize the whole thing about not being, like, they've already acknowledged that they're unlikely to, but we'd like to have a more clear policy, so.
Can we say definitive policy?
I'm okay with definitive. Where it says policy there, to have a definitive policy. I like definitive. That works. All right, great. And then we can move, so we voted yes on that. Next one, the NAC would like clarification from the Census Bureau on how its NRFU policy will address missing responses to questions on the decennial census form, including when one question is missing a response. And so just a more general one here. Tom, did you have commentary on that?
I like it, except I would like to change clarification to the NAC recommends that the Bureau put out a clear public statement on how its NRFU policy, et cetera, et cetera.
That sounds great to me. So the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau put out a clear public statement on how its NRFU policy will address missing responses to questions on the decennial census, including when only one question is missing in a response. Okay. All in favor say aye. Any nays? Any abstentions? Okay, moving forward. Workforce recruitment strategies, I can't read what's it, must focus on securing enumerators with the needed linguistic and cultural skills. The nation's teacher workforce does not reflect the U.S. population demographics, so focusing on teachers would not necessarily help. So I think here Arturo's recommendation. He's probably wanted them to go more broad in terms of securing enumerators beyond just thinking about schools. Is that kind of the logic here?
Well, they said that because of the low unemployment environment, they're going to go after segments of the workforce that have flexibility, such as teachers. But the thing is that the nation's teaching workforce does not reflect the demographics of the country. So just to make that point, that their focus really needs to be on a diverse workforce.
Okay. Does that sound good, folks? James?
That statement's actually not true, though, for Alaska Natives, because the teachers are actually the best sources of bilingual interpreters in the Native villages. So I think it needs to be made more specific, because we actually routinely use as our expert witnesses people who are teachers, because Alaska has such an extensive bilingual education program in the Alaska Native languages. So if there's a way that we could just make it a little more specific to the particular demographic that you're talking about, but certainly not include Alaska Natives, and I would hesitate to say that it should probably include American Indians either.
Maybe the second sentence can be a for example, referring to a specific group. So workforce recruitment strategies must focus on securing enumerators with the needed linguistic and cultural skills. That kind of applies to everybody. For example, the teacher workforce does not always reflect the U.S. population's demographics, so focusing on teachers would not necessarily help for certain populations.
Can I? Yeah. I'm.
Tom?
So I like this, what it's intending to do. I'm worried that it looks a little anti-teacher. Is there a way of saying, so the NAC recommends that the Bureau, in looking at flexible workforce members, look beyond the teacher workforce where that workforce does not reflect, something like that. I mean, we just want them to look beyond.
Maybe even something like, while teachers are a wonderful resource and excellent, amazing human beings,
I wouldn't go that
they
far.
may not always. You don't want to insult the teachers. Come from a family of educators.
How about what I just tried to do?
Okay.
I tried to soften it a little bit. So
So you-
workforce
go ahead.
recruitment strategies must focus on securing enumerators with the needed linguistic and cultural skills. For example, because the nation's teacher workforce does not always reflect the U.S. population's demographics, focusing only on teachers would not necessarily address the need for certain populations.
I think that's okay.
Right,
We don't say how wonderful they are there, but it's okay. I think it'll do.
I would say solely instead of only, but that's just, you know.
Okay. Solely. Also good. Okay, all in favor of this recommendation, say aye. Any nays? Any abstentions? Good to go. All right, are these all the new addition ones that were not on my paper? Okay, so now we're moving to the next section, which was CBAM stuff. Further research regarding, this is Jerry's, and she's not here with us. Further research regarding barriers to 2020 census participation must include Black immigrants, including Caribbean, African, Haitian, and other interethnic Black populations. The African American population is diverse demographically, socially, and culturally. In fact, much of the growth of the Black population is due to increase in Black immigration, comprising approximately 5 million. An undercount of Black immigrants will negatively affect an accurate count of the Black population. Specific messaging to encourage census participation among Black immigrants must be a priority in YNR's messaging for the Black population. Any discussion on this one? All in favor say aye. Any nays? Any abstentions? Okay. Our next one is Gilberto Amayas. All consultation activities, including focus groups of Hispanic population, should include representation of the Afro-Latinos as their perspectives, needs, and concerns are different from the rest of the Latino population, which is diverse. I would like to offer a friendly amendment that maybe not, it sounds like all activities or all focus groups, so maybe, that's probably not what you intended, but maybe the all not be there, because not every focus group will have, like, you know, if you're in the Valley of South Texas, you're not going to have any Afro-Latinos there, basically, or, you know, or they might not be on the focus group. So it's going to be, but all of the consultation activities, there be awareness, you know, of getting this and inclusion of this perspective. But maybe, okay, I'm thinking just rewording and taking all out. So consultation activities, including focus groups, should, I'm not quite sure how to reword, maybe some suggestions from folks on this so that we're not saying that Afro-Latinos must be present in everything where Latinos are, because they may not live there.
Yeah, the idea was a follow-up to what Arturo was saying yesterday regarding the Latino population, the different languages and language skills that were required in focus groups. So I wanted to add Afro-Latino presence to those discussions. So when appropriate, you know, there should be focus group representing Afro-Latinos.
Okay, I think that's great. In fact, maybe we could even, unless Arturo already has one in here on English-speaking Latinos, maybe we can just kind of make this about the diversity of Latino population, including Afro-Latinos, English-speaking Latinos, you know, so something like that that kind of bridges your comments and his together.
Exactly.
That would be great. So the NAC recommends, I'll let Terry type, the NAC recommends that consultation activities reflect or include the diverse experiences of the Latino population. Including linguistic differences, such as English-speaking Latinos. And racial diversity. Afro-Latinos. So the NAC recommends the consultation activities reflect the diverse experiences of Latino population, including linguistic differences, including racial diversity, Afro-Latinos. Should we end there, or is there another part? Let's see.
This is Arturo. I don't know what we mean by consultation activities.
I think maybe he was thinking partnership and focus groups, et cetera, maybe more
So
specific.
I think we should say that NAC recommends that remaining or subsequent research, partnership, and communications activities or programs reflect the diverse experiences of the Latino population.
Okay, the NAC recommends that research partnerships and what was the last one you said? Research partnerships and communications activities reflect the diverse experiences of the Latino population, including linguistic differences, racial diversity, as their perspectives, needs, and concerns can be unique and are, there could be an and in there, and are different, or just take that off, can be unique and from the rest of the Latino population. Then we can take off the which is diverse, 'cause I think we already say that above. Okay, that looks good. I like that. Friendly amendment, yes?
A question of clarification. Do we really want IE or do we mean EG?
EG. I think that's EG.
I think we mean, for example, we're not being exclusive to just those two groups. It waters it down a little tiny bit, but I also think it may be, I don't know.
No, that's great.
So it's up to you guys.
Okay, so all in favor say aye. Any nays, any abstentions? Okay, excellent. The next one is also Gilberto's. The growing concerns of the Central American immigrants, a significant segment of Hispanic population in the U.S., regarding the citizenship question and its immigration implications will need to be addressed to ensure their participation in the 2020 census. The concern of this large community comes from their association with the situation of migrant children separation and refugee caravans originating in that region. Okay. Let's see. Went discussion on this significance that we were just having a conversation, Arturo and I were having a conversation in the van on the way back about percentages. So the percentages in terms of being significant numerically, it's a smaller percentage, a much smaller percentage of Latino population, but still a very important, community. And so I don't know if we want to change I don't know if I would call it a significant segment numerically. And so I'm wondering if maybe you might want to tweak that just a little bit, because I think, I'm thinking of the stats I just sent to Arturo last night. I think it was around, was it maybe 6% total of the entire Latino population would be from all of Central America or something to that, or maybe even smaller, it might have been like 5. So let's say, though, the growing concerns of the Central American immigrants regarding this, maybe just take that line out of the significant segment, because that sounds kind of numeric. The growing concerns of Central American immigrants regarding the citizenship question and its immigration implications will need to be addressed to ensure their participation in 2020 census. The concern of this large, just say that the concern of this community, that this community comes from their association with the situation of migrant children separation and the refugee caravans originating from that region. So I guess maybe make more clear what we would like them in terms of a recommendation, that we would want them to consult with community groups that are working with these populations, maybe? I think maybe just being a little bit more specific. Alicia, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I would add on the rescinding of refugee status.
Yeah, TPS, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
TPS, yes. So, so in terms of citizenship there, I'm talking out of the mic. In terms of citizenship there, let's see, the citizenship question, when we put it in there, maybe regarding the end of TPS, basically. So that's over, under, it's up there. Up. Or where would you like the TPS at?
I think where Terry's putting it is it's in that sentence.
Okay.
But I don't think you should separate the separation from the caravan, so it may be after that.
Maybe after the refugee caravan.
And the withdrawal or the ending of TPS.
That particular concern came about when, they started putting people in jail because they were hosting some of the children, so that's it.
Yes, it's been really terrible. Okay, so, but in terms of what we want them to, NAC recommends the growing concerns. We're still missing some. NAC recommends the Census Bureau conduct outreach, partner with organizations that work with these communities because of these growing concerns. I think we need to kind of instruct them something here in terms of what we're asking them to do regarding the situation. So the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau consult with partnering institutions that work with these communities, something like that. Randy's making a face. What do you think, Randy? Prioritize?
Well, this Arturo, it goes to the fact that their research, communications, and partnership programs need to address these concerns.
Okay, that's great. So the NAC recommends that they incorporate the needs of the growing concerns and then later put their research, partnership, and communications, that could go at the end, I guess, should address, or in the beginning. I'll let Terry do some editing, then I'll read it. I'll give you a minute to adapt it. Okay, ready for me to read it? The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau incorporate the needs of the growing concerns of the Central American immigrants in its research partnership, is that supposed to be partnership? Partnership and communication plans, specifically regarding the citizenship question and its immigration implications in order to ensure their participation in the 2020 census. The concern of this community comes from their association with the situation of migrant children separation and the refugee caravans originating in that region, as well as the ending of TPS. And the S is capitalized.
In the first line there, needs of the growing concern, should we put need and the growing concerns or something like that?
Okay, they were recommending we spell out TPS, temporary protected status. Okay, all in favor of this recommendation, say aye. Any nays, any abstentions? We are good. Okay, so then our next one here, oh, Randy?
Just a question, is caravans a politically loaded word? This is just, my sense is that it kind of is, because it has the migrant hordes, right? Like, is that the word?
Asylum seekers.
Can we just, just be more general?
Or refugees.
Yeah.
Let's just say refugees, how about that?
Or invaders, which is what people think they are.
I think that's a good catch. Even though people on the left are still using caravan, I have seen a bunch of posts about it, like, why don't we say asylum seekers, refugees, something else, because, yeah. Good catch, Randy, I like that. Okay, excellent. So then we are now on to the NAC recommends that the Bureau prepare and distribute as soon as possible its messaging response to those who distrust that the federal government to comply. So I think distrust with the federal government to comply with.
You need to take out the that.
The that needs to come out.
First of all, I want to thank Julie or whoever put in to comply, because I regrettably left that entirely out of it.
Okay, let's see. So now it's.
So it should just be who distrusts the federal government to comply. So just take out the that, I think.
Okay, the NAC recommends that the Bureau prepare and distribute as soon as possible its messaging response to those who distrust the federal government to comply with current law protecting against the misuse of data reported to the census. So we're basically wanting them to communicate more with those who are having concerns about whether their information will be shared.
Yeah, this is the folks for whom the information about the law is not enough because they don't trust that the federal government will follow the law in this day. And I would really love some guidance about how to respond to that. And since Terry used the word previously, I would just say immediately rather than as soon as possible, since we seem to be okay with that.
I like immediately. There's a certain something to that. Any discussion on this one? Megan, were you going to say something?
I just still find it a little bit confusing, even though I do understand what you're trying to say. So I wonder if it needs another clause in there to make sure that the people who are reading it at the Bureau get what the heck you're saying. Yeah, go for it.
Hello? Yeah, I agree. Can we just, it's messaging response to address, though, to address non-compliant, potential non-compliance of the federal government with current laws, blah, blah, blah. Because it's like this, those who distrust the federal government, who complies, it's like multiple things. But can you just, does that get your sense of non-compliance, potential non-compliance of the federal government?
So the only reason I used distrust is that was language that the Bureau used in its presentations yesterday. So I think they have some sense of what that these are the ones who distrust government, even if they're told this is what the law says.
So maybe
they don't think the government will follow the law, right?
Maybe to address people who distrust the federal government, especially those who believe the government will not comply.
That sounds good. Let's try that.
And perhaps put it in quote, this is Lily, perhaps put it in quotes since we're quoting the presentation.
The quotes
Will
people
not
who
comply
distrust the federal government. You can put that in quotes.
Or
around
two
those people.
sentences, one that defines the distrust here. Because it's like, it's just too much in there. That's why I'm so like turned around in it, right? Recommends the Bureau prepare and distribute immediate messaging to address people who distrust the federal government. I don't know, something like that. And then
Yeah, let's put a period there.
distrust that's based upon this, I don't know, non-compliance, well, and something like that. It's just, it's like a huge run-on with too many whatevers, references. I don't know.
The NAC recommends that the Bureau prepare and distribute immediately its messaging response to address people who distrust the federal government. In particular, the Census Bureau should provide a messaging response to those who believe the government would not comply with current law protecting against the misuse of data reported to the Census. I think that's much clearer. Randy's still making a face. I don't think so.
It's I think you could just say it's messaging response for those who distrust the federal government. To address people who.
Yeah, you don't need the address. Just take out
Yeah,
address.
take out the
it's a
address.
response to people who distrust the federal government.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll read it through one more time with the change.
And then you just need to take the to out of not to comply to just be not comply in the second sentence.
So NAC recommends that the Bureau prepare and distribute immediately its messaging response to people who distrust the federal government. In particular, the census should provide messaging response to those who believe the government will not comply with current law protecting against the misuse of data reported to the census. All in favor, say aye. Any nays? Any abstentions? And then we got that one done. Okay. So next we have something from Interdeep. CBAMS, I think it's missing an S at the end of that. CBAMS, findings in current national climate and landscape in formulating communication strategies. It would be helpful to learn about specific initiatives in this and at next meeting. I think she's asking for an update on the CBAMS, but aren't we kind of asking them to do that with us? I think we already voted on a recommendation that we wanted them to have us look at the CBAMS materials and provide impact on their final product of the report and stuff like that. Randy, do you have a comment on this? Okay. You looked ready to go. The mic was on and everything. Okay, so I think this one's already been addressed in the prior recommendation that we voted on. So let's just withdraw or remove that one. Okay, next section here. We're then on section 4. The first one, the Census Bureau has done an admirable job reaching out to federally recognized tribes through tribal consultations. The committee has not heard enough details, however, on the Bureau's strategy to reach urban Indians. This population has significant characteristics related to cultural and geographic isolation and should have specific messaging and additional research on how to reach and increase participation among urban Indians. It's from Jerry Green. Any discussion? James?
I agree with the recommendation. The first sentence just should be changed to read, the Census Bureau has concentrated its outreach to certain federally recognized tribes, because 60% of the tribes have not been consulted with at all. But I think with that addition, the point she's making is a valid one, and we talked about it yesterday.
We've got the Census Bureau has concentrated its AIN outreach to federally recognized, and then we'll just, okay.
I
So
would just
let's-
add the word certain before federally recognized.
Your mic is not on, so turn it on. There you go.
Certain before federally recognized? Yeah,
Certain tribes.
because I guess their numbers show approximately 40% have been consulted with to date, and we expect that number's going to go up.
So do you want to keep the federally recognized or take it out?
No, I think it needs to be in because
Okay.
there has been no discussion at all about state recognized tribes, or tribes that are not yet recognized either federally or by states.
So with this language, all in favor, say aye. Any nays? Any abstentions? Okay. The next one is one of James. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau accelerate its process for recruiting, hiring, and training partnership specialists. James, any commentary?
No discussion necessary.
Okay, all in favor? Any nays? Any abstentions? That was an easy one.
The next one's going to be easier. I withdraw it because it's already duplicating.
Is the next one the same, basically?
Yeah, we already voted on something very similar to
Okay, so we'll withdraw the third one there. Moving on to number 4. Using the list of partners, national, state, and local, we would like to see a comprehensive list of what hard-to-count communities are targeted specifically for each organization. This is intended to give the Census Bureau staff as well as NAC a better idea of what organizations are in place to focus on what areas are missing in order to ensure we are targeting all trusted messengers with those communities. And this is from Lily and Megan. Okay.
I realized
Megan?
that had more clauses in it. That was also, we're also in run-on land there. But the idea was we want them to take, we've asked them for the list of partners before, and they've said no, because it's too big. We haven't necessarily asked them for the list of federal partners or like national partners before, which we could ask for. But what we're more concerned about is like, who are they reaching through the partnerships that they already have? Like what communities are they reaching through the partnerships they already have, and what gaps are there, so that we can push them to fill those. So if there's a better way to word that, that would be awesome. Am I capturing it right?
Lily, you want to add to that, or okay? All right, so Terry's working her magic here and doing a little bit of wordsmithing, I see. Let's see what kind of magic she's able to work with us.
Maybe just take off that very last clause, this specifically for each organization, because it's more about like looking at the full list and seeing who they're reaching, right?
So are you asking for the list of partners and what communities they're helping?
We've asked for the list of partners before and gotten a no, it's too big, because the big list is like 200,000 people or something. So they're like, there's no, we can't really give that to you in any meaningful way. So more what we're looking for is like, who are they reaching and who aren't they reaching? So we're asking them to do the analysis using those lists of partners to see who they're reaching and who they're not.
So I'll read it as it is now.
And then say more things.
Lily, did you want to add to that, or you good?
I guess the idea too is that so then we have these categories and we can say, well, this percentage is going to LGBT, this percentage is, right? And so then, right, because we can't tell by the names of the organization what exactly.
Can we put that in there? Like what percent is going to
perhaps
each?
what percentages or
what percentages are going to, okay, so using the list of partners, national, state, and local, NAC requests that the Census Bureau provide a comprehensive list of which hard-to-count communities are targeted. Put a parentheses maybe, for example, what percent of these contracts or these, how would you like to word it?
What percent reach LGBTQ communities? What percent reach
disability
people with disabilities?
Et cetera, et cetera. All of our.
So what percent reach LGBTQ?
No, all of them. We want all of them.
Okay. We're gonna list. We're gonna list. We're gonna make a list.
We're gonna make the list.
LGBT. We're just giving examples. For example, what percent reach LGBTQ, persons with disabilities, people of color? Let's put a few things in there so they know we mean multiple populations. Does that sound okay?
I just don't want them to be limited by that. So I guess it would be all of our hard-to-count populations that we all represent, that we're all advocating and representing. Yeah. So in other words, if we just say, for example, then maybe it'll just be 5. And I would like to see, like, what was the logic for partnering with that organization?
Okay. So we can't do, for example, do we think they'll just understand which ones, without giving any examples, or not?
I think we run into the opposite problem if we try to list them all, because then, like, if we forget some, then they're gonna, you know what I mean?
Okay, you want to take the examples off? Never mind.
No,
let's take them off.
I mean, I think
take
examples are fine.
I just want to be greedy and say all of them. So
no, right, but we do in the sentence provide a comprehensive list of which hard-to-count communities are targeted, and then we gave some examples, but maybe we just don't need the examples at all.
I don't think we
Okay,
need
you
the
can take the
examples, 'cause I
examples
think
out.
it's the hard to count populations, because I guess the idea too is, like Megan said, we can't get that list, so we can't decide, and
Okay.
even so, we don't know who are the partners, I guess, so.
So Terry, I'll have you take off the examples that we just added, so we won't.
Wait.
Do we? Stuart?
Yeah, my concern, I know it's hard, and we can't quite figure it out, but what we really are looking for is for them to do a task of sort of looking at how much their coverage is. So we don't have to have the whole list, but we have to have some sort of idea about how well things are covered. And my fear is if you basically had just a yes, no, if you've got one tiny organization somewhere that's targeting this, then you can check it off. But actually, we want them and us to be able to sort of take a big picture view. And so I think the examples communicate that as well as we can right now by saying the percentage. So and if there's maybe a better way to do that, then that would be good.
I do think it makes it more clear. Like the first time I read it, I wasn't quite sure what you wanted with it. I was like, I kind of got it, but I think the examples, you want to cross tab by it. Like this, makes it more clear. Although we do run the risk of not being able to include everyone in the examples. So, Carol, do you want to weigh in?
We've been using the example framework in our previous recommendations, so I think that just helps to clarify it. I don't think it limits it. That would just be my view. I think it really helps, and we've used it before.
We can put, instead of persons of color, so don't lump them all together, specific communities of color or something like that there, maybe, like, I don't know, or we're not, we could just leave it. So using the list of partners, national, state, and local, NAC requests that the Census Bureau provide a comprehensive list of which hard-to-count communities are targeted. For example, what % reach to LGBTQ, persons with disabilities, persons of color. This is intended to give Census Bureau staff, as well as the NAC, a better idea about what organizations are already in place to focus on what areas are missing in order to ensure that we are targeting all trusted messengers in those communities. Do we want to take that last sentence out of parentheses? I think we do. And are there 2 in orders in there? I think there's 2 in orders in there. At least Sue has her card up as well. So,
yeah, I think this is very unclearly formulated because we are saying, using the list, give us a comprehensive list of which communities are targeted, and then we say the percentage. I mean, which HTC communities, they're going to say all of them. We've been seeing over these couple days the list of all the HTC that they've come up with. And so they're going to say all of them. And so I think we should just say, using the list of partners, NAC requests that the census provide percentages of which, percentages of each, or percentages of partners that serve each HTC community.
What about the degree to which they reach communities? I don't know. That's, I think, what we're looking for.
But also, this is intended to give the Census Bureau a better idea of what organizations are already in place. We're asking for percentages. They're not going to tell you what organizations if we ask this way. So we either ask for a list of names of organizations, and they told us that that's too big, or we ask them to categorize them and give us percentages.
So maybe we should just say comprehensive analysis, or just provide an analysis of which hard-to-count communities are targeted, blah, blah, blah. And then
provide analysis of how each HTC is covered by partnerships.
Yeah, that's fine with me. I think we're struggling because when we've made the specific request in the past, we've gotten a no. So I'm not, whatever people think is the best way to phrase this is fine with me. I just want us to be getting useful information from it.
And I actually have a question, Megan. Like, how comprehensive is the list of partners so far? Like, what do you know at what stage? Like, are they just starting? Have they recruited a lot?
So Partnerships is an evergreen program now. So there are 400 and some odd national partners that are like the active core partner people. And then there's like 160,000 others, right? So like, I made that, there's more than that. So it's like, we could get that list of 400, but that actually doesn't capture what's happening on the state and local level, which is not great. Or we could ask them to be doing an analysis for us of the overall thing, but then it doesn't get us, it might not be specific enough to be useful. I don't know what the best answer is. It's more that we want more information about who the partners are and who they're actually reaching through that Partnerships program, and to make sure that they're actually reaching all of the communities we care about.
Right, because, I mean, it just logically, it seems to me that if it's too much to provide the entire list, them doing analysis and then spitting the information back to us, it's not going to be a quick process. I think it would certainly be quicker if we just got the data and then, I don't know, different people take different pieces of it and we do it ourselves.
Yeah.
Lily has had her card up. Lily?
I guess what I was imagining was they have this mega comprehensive list. We don't know, you know, what those are necessarily what those organizations target. It would just be great if we just had like a categorical list. They target this A, B, C, D, and then from there we can just we could even do the numbers. 25% are looking at Latino communities, or what, you know, whatever that is. It would just be great to see, because if their focus is all we need to partner with local organizations, then we don't even know, you know, what local organizations are being communicated with, I guess. And so it would be important to see what that is, and so that could be a focus. That could be made a focus, I guess.
Anne, and then, I don't know who was first, Carol or Stuart, but Anne.
Yeah, this is Anne Morning. So 2 comments. So I second Lily's idea, and so maybe the language that would work would be to not start with the clause using the list, but rather say, NAC requests the Census Bureau provide a comprehensive list of the partners, national, state, and local, identifying for each which HTC communities it will target. Is that would, I think, capture what Lily is talking about?
I like that language. Was Terry able to get it? Okay, let's try it again.
Yeah, so I would take the initial clause using the list out. I would just start the sentence as, you know, NAC requests that the Census Bureau provide a comprehensive list of its partners, national, state, and local. And for each, the HTC communities it targets. And for each comma, the HTC, for each comma, the HTC communities, I guess, it targets. Communities, I'm sorry, because there
could be multiple.
Yeah, exactly.
And if I may interject, perhaps
it targets. Yeah.
They may not target HTC communities, so then they can just move on, you know, if applicable or something like that.
So
right?
maybe
because
the HTC communities, if any,
yeah,
it serves, or it serves if any. And then the second thing I wanted to just say is, shouldn't this maybe go to the list of requests for information? This item? Yeah.
Okay, sure. All right, so we've changed, that goes in the front then instead of what we had before. Am I buzzing? My daughter is texting me. That's a good sign she's feeling better, because she's been very sick the last few days. Okay, but it's just in the middle of mommy's important meeting. Okay, so we've got it. Let's reread it. Let's reread it the way, there we go. All right, sorry, Carol, did you have a comment before we read through it?
So I'm still trying to understand how we can get a response that's helpful. So if I understand what you're seeking, I think you're seeking a goal that says, is there a lack of coverage in a geographic area for a certain hard-to-count population? Is there a lack of coverage for a certain hard-to-count population, period? So there's really, to me, it's not just the list. There's also the geography, because if you could have a partner that only serves the eastern states, but you have a need on the western side. I'm making this up. But so I'm trying to figure out how a list is helpful. I'm still struggling with the word list, when I think our goal is we want some confirmation that there are no gaps in the coverage, whether it's geography or specific needs of a hard-to-count population with a partner. So when I read how it's stated, I just go, you're just asking for a list. What good is that? I think we have to have a purpose, and the goal to me is you got to figure out if there's gaps in the coverage and if we can help. I think that's what we're asking.
Yeah, so maybe what we even, I mean, we can just table this recommendation, come back to it through the IPC working group. I'm fine with that. But maybe what we actually are looking for in the first place is for a better understanding of how they're doing this analysis. Like, how are they looking at partnerships to make sure that they have coverage? Because it shouldn't be on us to find the partners for them necessarily from the start. So maybe it's like a two-part request, where first we're asking for the information about how they analyze their gaps in coverage, and then we can hold them accountable by asking for the list that we can say, okay, you say you're reaching out to queer and trans people in the West Coast, but literally all the groups you have are in the Northeast, which I know because it's my community.
Okay, so do we want to table and move to the working group? Or do we want to vote yes on it, leave it there, and you also address it in the working group? What are we going to do?
I wouldn't mind just putting it on here, because we have not been struggling to have working group meetings.
Okay. I'll take Ann and then James, but keep in mind we don't have a lot of time yet, and we have a lot more recommendations, so let's not spend too much time on this one. Ann?
Sure. Ann Morning. Why don't we just add a sentence addressing Carol's concern? The list should also include the geographic area in which the organization operates, in which the partner operates.
Okay. Let's see. Terry, see if you can find a way to wordsmith that in there, and then James, go ahead and start talking.
I was just going to make a suggestion to make this a lot easier. Why don't we just ask them for the hard-to-count populations in areas that they currently do not have partners in, rather than asking them for all of them?
Okay, all right, we're gonna do that. We're gonna table this for now. Megan's gonna work on it and tweak it, and she'll send it to Terry, and then maybe we'll revisit it here in 30 minutes or so as we're frantically trying to finish all the rest of our recommendations.
So I have 4 new recommendations that have come in that I need to input in. Do you want to take a couple minutes for me to put
No, we gotta keep rolling.
Then how are we gonna get, I just want to make sure that we're not.
Let's just keep rolling with
them.
the ones that we have, and then we'll do those at the end, because we've got a lot on here, so I don't think we can take a break at all, unless, I mean, if you gotta go to the bathroom, you gotta go to the bathroom, but like, I think we gotta keep rolling here, because we've got like 2 more pages of recommendations. So, unless Terry herself needs a break, in which case, we've lost our support. Okay, so we were on, the next one is the NAC recommends that the U.S. Census explore communications and marketing opportunities through national partners related to tax filing activities, including the Internal Revenue Service, voluntary income tax assistance programs, and tax preparers and preparation services, especially focused on families with children who could benefit from earned income tax credit and refundable child tax credit. This is from Charles. It's from our conversation yesterday he had, where we talked about, you know, people not seeing that they had a personal benefit, right, to filling out information and explaining to people about how this relates to other avenues that might make them understand it better, basically. Any discussion on this one? All the yays? Ayes, I'm sorry. Yay, nay. Any nays? Any abstentions? Okay. The NAC recommends that the Census, U.S. Census, in developing national partnerships, identify those organizations and agencies which have the most contact with families with young children in providing services and support, and can be trusted messengers, and give priority to enlisting their participation in ensuring a complete count of young children. This includes in particular the WIC program and the Federal Qualified Health Centers and other safety net health care providers. Any discussion? All in favor? Any nays, any abstentions? Okay, we're on fire. All right, the next section. Is there another one? It's on the sheet too, but is there anything that was added to that particular section that's new? Huh? It's on the screen? Okay. Early understanding of obstacles in census response to NERFU operations can be extremely valuable to issue new messaging if needed to counter unexpected issues that are noticed in the field. We recommend early conduct and ethnographic research with ethnographers embedded in the field with census enumerators. This was done in Census 2010, but not aimed at rapid response and messaging. Nonetheless, the findings were very useful, in particular with regard to how to approach different language communities. The ethnographic research could focus on what is helping reassure immigrant communities, the young children undercount, and other crucial topics from Ali Sue. Any discussion? All in favor, say yay.
Aye.
Aye. I like yay better. Okay, aye. Any nays? Any abstentions? Okay. Is there another one then that's newly added here? 8, the partnership program must include an awareness campaign for local leaders to advise TEA designations, including those areas that will receive the questionnaire at the first mailing and those who will be update leave. Okay. Any discussion? Thumbs up, everybody. Okay, all in favor? Any nays? Any abstentions? Okay. 9, the communications program needs a robust strategy to encourage trusted voice in organizations to promote census participation. A more effective strategy should than just citing the Title 13 is needed in light of the new questionnaire. Okay, any discussion? All in favor? Any nays? Oh, Charles has a comment?
Yeah. Well, I'm in favor of this. I wonder if, we could put in an example. I just was pulling up the Count All Kids organization, www. Count All Kids organization. They're going to be very active in promoting a full count of kids in the census. I like their messages online about why kids should be counted. That is more fulsome than what I've seen to date. And so maybe referencing here to encourage trusted voices, like to say something. An example would be drawing upon and partnering with the www.countallkids.org. Yeah.
My son, for example, partnering with, is that okay, Arturo, or?
Talking about number 10 here?
I think we were just on.
I think this is an area where, calling out just one example might not be ideal.
Okay, so let's just leave that one. And then the next one, let's see, can we do 2 at a time in a vote? Let's see, so this one is trusted voices. We need a better plan, a more effective strategy that just Title 13 protects you. And the next one, more research is needed in understanding why adults report that they would not include young children on the census form. So are we going to vote on these 2, or do we have a commentary?
Yeah, I did want to respond to calling out just one. I think that it's also something that's been designated as a lead organization and is working with multiple groups and organizations on this in a concerted strategy, and will probably be doing more in this area than anyone else. And I do think it's reflective of something where there is a funding base and a source of activity, and it's worth including as an example and reference.
Okay, Randy?
So that might be true, but I would like to read it. And if we want to include that, then I think we'd have to table it for the rest of us to get a chance to read what their content is.
Okay.
To include it in something that I'd recommend. Otherwise, I'd rather not include it.
I think that's a good point. Why don't we leave it as is and then return to Charles could email. If Charles could email Carol and I that information, we could go on there, and then we could revisit that for our next meeting.
I think it would be great to revisit it and revisit it through Arturo's committee, and and even look at inviting that participation. I note that Deb did submit testimony along with Randy Schmidt that I tried to access too. But I'd also say that I'd really encourage you to look at that website just to see what it is.
Okay.
Counting All Kids.
Just one, Ali Sue, I think, correctly points out that Title 13 should be Arabic, not
not Roman.
Yeah, I think it's just 13. Yeah, when I read it first, I was like, X11. I was like, what is that? So I don't 13. Okay, great. So,
Wait,
so
can
this
I make
one.
a friendly amendment to 10 too?
Sure, go for it.
Instead of saying include their young children, given what we heard today, could we just say young children including related and not unrelated?
All young children?
All young children.
Yeah.
Including all young children in the household or something like that?
Why would they would not include young children?
How about just all?
Yeah, that's great.
All young, or just all young children? Okay, awesome. Okay, so numbers 9 and 10, let's want to vote on them together. All in favor? Any nays? Any abstentions? Great. Moving on to section 5.
So
Yes, Tom.
I late submitted a recommendation that's on young children that Terry has.
Do we want to just pull it up from, this is one of the ones she wanted to add that I wouldn't let her add. Okay. Let's pull it up. Okay. I think I had one too that was about the definition of family and how that would help. And so I don't know if we're, that's in the young children section. Okay, great. Okay, so this is the one that we've got added here. Given the undercount of young children may most affect those from 0 to 2, NAC recommends that the Census Bureau immediately to reach, I think that 2 needs to be gone, immediately reach out to hospitals and birth certificate issuers with educational materials to be distributed to parents in all new births from today through Census 2010. That sounds like a great idea. All in favor? Any nays? Any abstentions? Terrific. So number 11 also approved. Now we're on to our next section. 30 minutes and counting. We can do this. Okay, so our next one here, I think it's from Gilberto. Most Afro-Latinos have difficulties making Black or African-American, checking the Black or African-American box because of the stigma associated with the term Black in Latin America. This is the result of the brutal legacy of slavery and subsequent efforts for whitening of Latin American society and the creation of the idea of racial democracy. This idea gave the impression of inclusion while maintaining a sense of racial inferiority among Black Latinos. For most Blacks from the region, this idea is embedded in the treatment of Hispanics as an ethnicity where we can be of any race. To overcome this issue and help these communities get an accurate counting in the absence of more acceptable term, it will be necessary to produce promotional materials that reflect the diversity of the Hispanic community in a way that Afro-Latinos can see themselves effectively included. As it is now, Afro-Latinos don't see themselves represented in the stereotypical image associated with being Latino. This is a discussion that needs to continue as Afro-Latinos are a significant part of the larger Hispanic population beyond what they appear now in the official data. Recommendation, help the Afro-Latino population be more accurately counted by making efforts to assist self-identification through outreach and communication supported by appropriate promotional materials showing the diversity within the Hispanic population where each major group can see themselves represented. Anne?
This is Anne Morning. It just seems to me that we basically addressed this in the previous recommendation that Gilberto sponsored where we tweaked it to make it more specific with recommendations about outreach and so forth. So I feel like
okay, so just, do we want to, because the other one we submitted last time, right? It was a tabled one, right? And then this is the new one?
That was part of the tabled one, because the new one was on focus groups.
we can see the language again. I thought we brought.
I think we
wanted
put
to make the
partnerships, communication, I think we had all that in there, not just the focus groups. Let's go, oh, I'm getting dizzy looking at this. Let's go back to it. I think it was further down than that. Keep going. Keep going. Did we pass it? Did we pass it? There was one that was withdrawn that was up there, but no, I think it was further. Let me look on the sheet that I have here, actually. It was number 2 under section 3. I'm getting dizzy watching this move around. Okay, yes, so there it is. So we changed it to the NAC recommends that research, partnership, and communication activities. So the communication activities are there too. So essentially we've already said yes to this. Okay.
okay with
Huberto, is that fine? Okay, great, excellent. Okay, so the second one here is Megan's. Engage the NAC members in the work of the group that is making efforts to better count people experiencing homelessness and housing instability through improvement of service-based and transitory location enumeration. Any discussion on this one? Yolanda, is that a comment? Mike?
Yolanda Marlowe, I was referring to the previous one because that's also an issue with persons who come from the continent of Africa. They are not African Americans. They are from Africa.
Okay, do we want to draft something? Let's just proceed, because his was all about Afro-Latinos. There wasn't anything in here about Africa, although it's of course related. We did the one that Jerry Green did already, where she talked about African immigrants from Africa, Haiti, and the Caribbean. She was very inclusive, and the need to target those particular populations. So if there would be anything to add, it would probably be over there. Okay, all right, great. So let's, Megan's here, engage NAC members in the work of the group that is making efforts to better count people experiencing homelessness and housing instability through improvement of service-based and transitory location enumeration. Seems straightforward. James has a comment?
Friendly amendment. At the very end, I would add, "and partnership with housing authorities and shelters."
Okay. Terry, can you add, "and partnership with housing authorities and shelters"?
Where would you add
Or
that?
Megan, somebody?
At the very end of the sentence, after enumeration. "And partnership with housing authorities and shelters."
I don't think that they're currently partnering with housing authorities and shelters. They're looking at, it's the internal census group that is looking at service-based and transitory location enumeration. That is what they are doing. We would like them to be partnering with housing authorities and shelters, but it didn't sound like that's what they're already doing.
Yeah, and
Should we add it as we also suggest they partner with? Let's just do that. We also
Yeah.
suggest they
Yeah.
partner with whatever James just said. It was a housing. We also suggest, NAC also suggested that they partner with housing authorities, that Census Bureau partner with housing authorities and shelters. Okay, Carol, did you have something?
Just a friendly amendment. Instead of housing authority, because that limits, I would say housing providers.
Great.
And Yolanda has one more friendly amendment.
Veterans.
And veterans organizations.
Okay. Housing providers, shelters, and veterans organizations, comma, shelters, and veterans organizations. Great. Very good. Thank you, Marla. Thank you, Londa. Okay, so all in favor? Aye. Any nays? Any abstentions? Okay. So then we are moving on to John's. Unfortunately, he's not here. Given that it is unlikely that we will get addressed additional translated paper questionnaires, and knowing that many communities are disinclined to respond online, can we get a clear guidance on the use of proxies or assisters who may be able to assist individuals if they use the in-language phone service? Can someone be on the line with an individual to help guide them through the census while on the telephone with a translator? This either needs to go into requests for information or needs to be reframed as a recommendation. We recommend that someone be able to, we recommend that they allow proxies and assisters. What do we want to do with this? Do you want to move it to the request for information, or do we want to turn it into a recommendation? James?
It could be a recommendation, but what I would suggest is that what we're really talking about is outside groups providing a list of people who are qualified as translators that the census can refer those calls to. Yes.
Well,
yeah.
not just that, but I mean, I know John was thinking too, like in many immigrant families, for example, this is Terry, Advancing Justice AJC, where kids might be calling for their parents, kids meaning like even someone my age, because my parents do things like that, you know. So I think that was just the idea of and I would suggest we keep it as a request for right now, because I know during the 2010 census with the Be Counted or the questionnaire assistance centers, there was concern about, you know, who can officially help people in filling out their forms and whatnot. So my suggestion would be a request for information.
Also, instead of additional translated paper questionnaires,
Well, I think we're going to put that in requests for information.
I also suggest we just remove that and just, sorry, John.
I'll let
but
you
we
do
just
that to
request.
John. I will not do that to John, but if you work with him and you feel comfortable taking his away, you
I mean, I
may
think
do
we,
that.
I mean, we just want to know
Okay.
whether or not people can be proxies and help people
Okay.
translate.
All right, we'll either put it over in there or you can take it, or you can take it out, either way. Okay, moving on. I think we're losing Take-Two now, but we still have our quorum. Thank you very much. It was great seeing you. Okay. For our next one, we have something from Tom. NAC recommends that the Bureau devise and present a strategy to address the possibility of a significant undercount by intentional, in contrast to inadvertent non-inclusion of small children, for example. Non-inclusion of household members, including potential non-inclusion due to citizenship immigration status. We got to wordsmith this, but I guess you're saying we need to prepare for deliberately leaving off of individuals due to the citizenship question, right?
Wordsmithing, this is the clearest resolution I've ever. Exactly, written by a lawyer.
And they're the best writers. Everyone knows that, right?
So, I mean, this is just because the Bureau's done a lot of work on the inadvertent, misunderstanding-based non-inclusion of children. I think they need to focus on intentional non-inclusions because of concerns around
Excellent.
citizenship, and Yolanda also brought up in a later conversation, there are housing authority regulations that may lead to intentional.
Megan?
Are you concerned at all about what that strategy might be? Like, are we asking for something we don't want? I wouldn't want them necessarily following up with people who intentionally don't include in a housing authority, in public housing, to I don't know. Are you?
Is this sounding like you want them to follow up on the citizenship question? Because it could be interpreted that way.
That's certainly, the problem with non-inclusions is it doesn't trigger NRFU. I don't see how it could, okay? So I really don't see how NRFU could possibly be targeted because they don't have any idea who's not included. So just like with the kids, it's really about messaging and getting consistent messaging across the board and getting that messaging reiterated everywhere possible.
So I have a friendly amendment to yours in the brackets, if you could take a look at that and see if that would work.
Okay, let's see.
That's fine.
Which one is, I've lost
She's
it
added
here.
partnership and communication strategy. That's fine.
Okay, NAC recommends that the Bureau,
I'm good with that. I just assume that there's no way of doing NRFU based on a non-inclusion. That's the
if you left someone out, then why would they call to ask about them, right? Okay. The NAC recommends that the Bureau devise and present a partnership and communication strategy to address the possibility of a significant undercount by intentional, in contrast to inadvertent non-inclusion of small children, for example, non-inclusion of household members, including potential non-inclusion due to citizenship immigration status concerns. Okay? All in. Well, that sounds like you want them to follow up on the citizenship question.
So the reason
yeah.
I didn't say non-response is
No.
because non-response should trigger NRFU.
Non-response
in
would
general.
trigger NRFU, so we don't want that. Non-inclusion. Okay, great. So all in favor? Any nays? Any abstentions? Okay. Next section. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau prepare a blueprint of Census 2020 operations as they pertain to hard-to-count populations, to include, among other hard-to-count populations, the LGBTQ community, children, homeless and those facing housing instability, non-citizens, language minorities, to be broken down by those from language groups in which the Bureau is providing language services, and those from language groups for which no language services will be provided. AIAN persons, those living in rural or geographically isolated areas, those lacking traditional mailing address, and those lacking broadband or internet access. Recommendation, the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau prepare a blueprint of Census 2020 communications, outreach, and partnership operations for its partners. So we're just asking for more specific information and a blueprint, basically, of how they're going to handle all of these hard-to-count populations. All in favor? Any nays? Any abstentions? Okay. Next section. The NAC recommends that the next iteration of Rome examine research on which census data are most related to and statistically predictive of high young child undercount geographies, and include those within Rome, along with a derived measure of, quote, level of young child undercount based on statistical use of these predictive measures. Okay, so wanting Rome to include undercounts of young children, basically, on there. Arturo, did you have something? You look like you have something. No? Okay. All right, all in favor? Aye. Any nays? Any abstentions? I had one on the young children thing that was emailed. It was the family one. Next one? Okay. Is it up there? Okay. Oh, I just didn't see it yet. Okay. The NAC recommends the census reevaluate their definition of, quote, family households, which currently is defined as households where, that's supposed to be where, not where two or more persons are related by biology and or a married couple is present in the household. This definition is dated as households include a range of non-biological and non-marital family formations. We believe expanding, that's supposed to be expanding, this definition could assist in increasing the count of children and other household members. Yes? James, do you have something?
Yeah, the one that I have actually should be combined with yours because that's just an example of a source that they can consult with to do exactly what you're recommending.
Okay.
And the
so
only
this
thing
next one, for example, so you say, for example, the NAC recommends the Census Bureau consult the definition of non-traditional families in the Department of, yes, exactly, yes.
Except
just tack that on there.
The last word is incorrect. It should be parentis, not parent is.
Spell check. Okay.
Latin.
All right. Okay, excellent. All in favor? Aye. Any nays? Okay. Any abstentions? All right. Moving on to the next section. We're going to do this. We've got 15 minutes and we can make it happen. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau prioritize hard-to-count areas for program specialists.
That's the
Did
third
we already
time
do this?
That's the third time it's been on there.
Okay, it was just you really feel strongly about that, right? You feel really strongly about that recommendation. Okay, next one from Yolanda. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau hire non-citizens as enumerators for the 2020 census. Further, the NAC recommends that if the Bureau believes that the federal law precludes hiring non-citizens, the Bureau obtain a waiver to permit the practice. Did we already do this one? I think we just did, so I think Tom had this one already. Okay, so that's already been incorporated. Next, the NAC recommends that regardless of whether citizenship data is included in the redistricting file, it must continue to include total population by race and ethnicity and voting age population by race and ethnicity. All in favor? Aye. Any nays? Any abstentions? Okay. Next section, requests. These are just requests for information, so I don't know if we need to,
We
go
actually have
through
a couple
those.
more for the
Okay.
general.
Do you have a couple more for the general? So all the
Yeah, it's on
requests
the
for
screen.
information are next. But I still have one here at the end that's not a topic, oh no, that was a request for information, never mind. So the one that I had, and maybe, is Enrique still here? Maybe he might be able to answer this one. So in the response to when we asked about the, that's a recommendation too. So we have a couple of things at the end here that are mine, that one recommendation and one request for clarification. And I'd like those to go on as recommendations as opposed to just being buried in the request for further stuff. So can we go to the very end for mine too?
Okay, hold on. We didn't finish with the general, the section 8.
Okay, the general,
There was
okay.
at
So
least
this
two
is
more.
new stuff on the screen here. So one's from Interdeep. It may be helpful to make an overall recommendation that the Census Bureau attend to situations and respondents that fall outside majority populations in all their work for Census 2020. That's kind of vague. I'm not sure quite what that means. So, okay, let's table that until we get further clarification from Interdeep about what she intended. I'm sure she probably has a thought process behind that, but it's not clear, and since she's not available to explain it to us, I think we have to table that for now. Okay, we have a request for a future meeting topic. In addition to seeing the paper versions of the census questions, would it be possible for NAC committee to see a preview of mobile, iPad, and online versions of the census questions to get a feel for the flow? Okay, does that want to be a recommendation we would like to see? Let's do that. Okay, so let's change the beginning, the NAC recommends, or the NAC would like to see, and just say we're requesting that information. So as opposed to making that a request for a future meeting topic, let's just make that a request, that's like a recommendation. We're asking for that information. All in favor of this? Any nays or any abstentions? Okay, so let's get rid of that request for future meeting topic on top of that, and instead make this that we're requesting this is a recommendation or request that we have.
So this is Ann Morning, just to clarify, so you will now move this down to the request for information section?
I was going to leave it here as we're asking, it's just like we asked them to clarify policies, we asked them to do things. Some of our recommendations are actually more like requests for information as opposed to a question. We're asking them to give us information. No? Ann looks skeptical.
It's a future meeting topic.
I was going to remove the future meeting topic and just say that we want them to. Okay, I can see that option too. We can put it in.
It looks like a request for information to me. I mean, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Make a big deal.
That's fine. I get dizzy when it moves. I have to look away.
So I just wanted to go back and, it was something we had tabled, this one. So instead, replacing this one, ideally, right?
I think, yes.
Potentially. So I'm gonna do that for right now. So these are the two that.
Okay, so now we have provide the NAC with information about how partnerships programs ensures, should that be ensure that in its reaching all hard-to-count communities in all geographic areas. There's something off with that sentence. For example, how do you ensure that partnership specialists, I think there should be an S there, has, or a partnership specialist, has strong partnerships with organizations in their areas that serve LGBTQ people, people with disabilities, people of color, people experiencing homelessness and housing instability, et cetera. Is that a question? So do you have a question mark at the end? Okay. To provide the NAC with comprehensive list of partner organizations indicating for each organization which hard-to-count communities they serve, if any, and geographic area in which they operate. This list should be coupled with an analysis of any gaps in partnership reach. The NAC would like to receive regular updates on this partnership gap analysis. Okay?
I'd like to add a friendly amendment, maybe friendly, but I would like to have that we recommend that the Census Bureau make use of the NAC membership as trusted messengers and contacts for identifying and connecting up with potential partners.
Yeah, I'd make that I think I'd make that a separate recommendation just because it's separate from these, but I think that's great. We've made that recommendation before, and they have done that with many of us, although not us as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, maybe just not a systematic way. And I just point out, like, I do know, because I've worked in the field, the major organizations who are connected with child care. The National Association for the Education of Young Children, the Women's Law Center, the National Association of Child Care Research and Resource and Referral Agencies, and all of those have a contact. And
yeah, and the idea would be, if once we have this list, we could use our expertise to hold them accountable to whether or not they're reaching.
Right, and I at least know the people who to contact within the organizations and to put in a word for being partners. So I think that to make use of the NAC membership.
Definitely. We've definitely put that on the agenda before, and they've responded. Let's,
so maybe we can do that like next time.
Yeah.
Keep that in mind for next time. Once we get the list, then our recommendation could be.
And that could be source of
we got 10 minutes, folks. We have 10 minutes. Let's vote on these two and get the other ones done. So all in favor of these two, say aye. Any nays? Any abstentions? Okay. Do we have additional ones? Because I have two at the end. Uh-huh.
iPad and phone versions are online, so it's like, we're saying they are, where is it? Oh, yeah. So it's the paper version as well as a preview of the electronic version, because yeah.
Okay, so we got that corrected on there. So then let's go to the end there.
So,
I
yeah.
had 2 small things, and then we have the 2 that we tabled to come back to at the end. So,
Quick question, do we have to, are we okay with the request, or are we just putting them in?
I think we're just going to put requests for information, and they don't have to be voted on. And so if they can respond with information to anything anybody asks about, I think that's good. Are we okay with that, everybody? Because they don't have to be voted on. So go down to, so I had, it's still a recommendation. This is a recommendation. I didn't put statement in front of it. The NAC reiterates our support for the combined race and Hispanic origin question. I'm not letting that go. All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstentions? Okay. So just as we're continuing to reiterate our opposition to the citizenship question, we're continuing to reiterate our support of the combined question that was researched for over a decade. Okay, so...
Actually, can I add a friendly amendment to that?
Okay.
And referencing the MENA category? I mean, it's both the combined, but I think we also want to...
Sure. Oh, yes, absolutely. The combined race and Hispanic origin question with the MENA option. And so that's not a topic for future. That's just another, I don't know where you want to put it there, but it's under recommendation. So stick it back maybe with the other recommendations. And then, oh, I have to not look at it when it's moving like that. Look away for a second. So, so that was, so remove the statement part there. And that's just the NAC reiterates. After that, I had a request for clarification, and we can leave this here with the recommendation, or we can move it somewhere else. When we asked for, we asked in our last meeting a recommendation that multiple Latino origins be included, and then the response to that, well, there was a conflicting response. The response to the, we'd like to have the combined race and Hispanic origin question included this response that said, no, we can't do the combined question. However, we're going to ask for ethnic, we're going to ask for ethnic origins for, you know, for whites and for blacks, and we'll also be including multiple Latino origins, including Mexican and Puerto Rican, like for example. So that was there in answer to that question. In the next recommendation that we made that said specifically, can we have multiple Latino origins? The answer was no, because you can't have Latino and non-Latino, but in the prior response, I don't know, is Enrique here and listening, the prior response, or maybe Karen, it said yes. And so there was a contrast there. I'd like it to be the first. And so basically, NAC reiterates our support of collecting and reporting multiple Latino response origins and clarification that that's actually going to be the case, basically. And so.
Hi, Karen Battle, Population Division. So yes, for the 2020 census, we are going to output one answer for each individual coming out of the ethnicity question. However, when it comes to the 2020 paper questionnaires, of course, you can't control what people do. So people will mark more than one. So we will be collecting and gathering that information. And for every text box or write-in line, we will be coding up to 6 responses. So we'll be collecting and we'll have that data available for analysis. When it comes to the electronic instruments, be it the internet self-response or enumerator, administrator instruments, they're being programmed such that you are not able to select both yes and no. However, you can still report multiple Hispanic ethnicities, and we will be collecting that information. In the past, we have done special analyses and published working papers about that, so that's what we anticipate doing again for 2020.
Yeah, I think the confusion is that we were not asking for people to have the opportunity to mark that they are both, yes, I am Latino, and I am also not Latino. No, what we were asking was for the opportunity to people to report multiple Latino national origins. That's what that was, and the response we got from the NAC actually confused it and made it sound like we were asking for somebody to be able to say, yes, I'm Latino, and I am also not Latino. That's not what we were recommending.
So the instrument collects it that way.
It was just that the OMB guidelines in particular say that you cannot say yes and no.
Right,
And that's why the response.
We don't want that. We don't, that's not something that's not true. We don't have any concern over wanting to know people. As far as I'm concerned, if you have any Latino ancestry, you're a yes on that, basically, and you can stay a yes. You could be like me and have multiple ancestries, one that's not Latino, that's fine. But we wanted to know that someone could check they're Mexican and Puerto Rican, or they're Guatemalan and Mexicans. There's a lot of multi-ethnic Latinos out there. And so the answer to the first question in terms of our recommendations, the first recommendation was that yes, you were gonna, and I was like, awesome, we're gonna get Mexican and Puerto Rican and people to check. So what you're saying now is in the electronic and the paper format, people will be able to give multiple Latino ethnicities, Mexican, Puerto Rican, Cuban, etc.
Yes.
That is
How about-
awesome.
Can I think in our conversation, this is what, whether it's reiterating or making this recommendation, what I have is NAC reiterates our support of collecting and reporting multiple Hispanic origin responses through all modes and in all data products, right? It's the fact that when you move into reporting, so while they can collect it, the question is it going to be reported? Right now, it sounds like it'll be reported potentially through some special analysis, special reports. I think what you ideally would like is that it would be reported as part of all the data products.
Absolutely. So what you can do is you can take off my explanation there and just leave it as you put it. Thank you so much, Terry, for saying that so clearly for us. The NAC reiterates our support for collecting and reporting multiple Hispanic origin responses. Let's say multiple Latino ethnicities, so that it's very clear what we actually mean here. Multiple Latino ethnicities, for example, Mexican and Puerto Rican, you can put it in parentheses, e.g. Mexican and Puerto Rican, responses, through all modes and data products. All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstentions?
I don't think the term should be ethnicities, because ethnicity
I know.
means
Multiple groups.
multiple Latino national origins.
National origins. Okay, that works. Good call, Arturo. Okay. Yes?
In my particular case, for example, I can put I'm Latino, Honduran in the explanation there, but I can also check black and count.
Yes, that would be in the race question. You'll be able to put the black. And you can even write in Honduran underneath black now, because you can list ethnicities. Okay, so there's no other ones. There are two.
Can we just take out national, because Puerto Rico's not a nation, so just Latino origins.
Good point. Multiple Latino origins. Thank you. Perfect. Very good call, Tom. Got to keep it all in check. Okay, so there are, in the last 3 or 4 minutes we have here, there are two. Yes, we voted yes. All yes on that. Okay, so there were two that we kind of tabled to the end that we wanted to revisit that I think are important in our last few minutes here. One, Tom had said, can we instruct them not to put a stop thing on the online version if they don't answer the citizenship question? And so I'm not sure exactly how to word that. Can we type up really quickly? The NAC recommends that in the online version, online or phone, I don't know, the internet version of the form, that forms may still be submitted.
So I just added the term stop logic. That was really on Megan, I think, the recommendation.
I think, yes, and personal amendment is that we would like it to say that all fields should be optional.
I don't know that they're going to allow you to continue without your name or without your age or without some of those. I don't think that's probably going to work. And so let's just say the citizenship one is the most pressing issue right now, because that's going to completely destroy our counts for these populations. So I think we should focus this one on that and move forward on that one. And then, there may be other ones. Gender is another issue that some people may feel like they fit into those boxes, but maybe just keep this one about citizenship.
Can I just suggest, so what I would say is the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau publicly reveal its stop logic practices for online submissions, and that we recommend
optional fields. I don't know why.
Okay, I'm not sure what you're. Okay, one thing is the public. I think the public thing they may. Okay, I can't hear. I think the public thing is they may not want to announce that publicly, but I'd like to be sure that people can still do it on the form. So I think those are two kind of separate things.
Okay, then they can just tell the NAC. That's fine.
And so I think making this one that they will still be able to submit without the citizenship question filled out. Can we just do that first and then move on to any of the other ones? Okay. So NAC recommends that
So again, Julie, my caution to you is, because the citizenship question is in litigation, anything that focuses only on the citizenship question is likely to elicit a very
Tom, you keep
bureaucratic
reminding me of
response.
reality that I don't want to
So
face.
That's why if you just ask for what's the stop logic policy, if
Okay.
there is one.
All right, all right. The census requests clarification on the stop logic policy for the online submissions. And that will also take care of the things that Megan was concerned with about what if you don't fill out another question? Yes?
No. I think my concern is that using stop logic might not be the right phrasing
Okay.
for how the Census Bureau characterizes its policy. We want to know which
Mandatory
questions are
fields.
Mandatory fields. That would work.
Mandatory fields. Okay.
FYI, I mean, it's fine to request this, but FYI, the address is the one required field. And other than that, as long as you put some way of identifying
It'll still submit.
the
Okay.
people, you can.
So the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau share, so we have a, NAC, what happened here? It just changed. I'm not sure what it says now. The NAC recommends that the Census Bureau reveal its stop logic practices for online submissions, period there?
I just think stop logic is one
Okay.
form of how you can make the form itself stop and not get submitted, but it also has, it's also about whether or not you can go to the next page, but I think there are more questions that we have than that. We want to know whether or not it's an optional field. We want to know what fields are mandatory. We want to know what fields make it not be able to submit. So I think stop logic is just not one piece of a broader question we have around how the tech works on the internet forms.
Why don't we just ask the census to tell us which fields are mandatory and which fields are optional, and submit it as a request. And if we have further recommendations from there, then we'll have the information we need to move forward. That would be my suggestion.
Can I suggest an amendment to that request that, because they're going to say, the Bureau is not going to go on record saying, you don't have to answer every question. They're going to say everything's mandatory. I think what we want to know is which questions are required for a submission.
Yes, I agree. Because
think
we
that's
can't
the
ask them if they're optional, because they're going to say no.
I mean, Arturo is right that we would say they're all required, but what you're asking for is the flow logic through the instrument.
Yes.
And that's what we can provide.
Okay, so as it is now, NAC recommends the Census Bureau reveal its stop logic practices for online submissions. Do we want to just turn this into a request for information as opposed to a vote now?
I'd
Is that
rather
okay?
have it as a request for information.
Okay, so let's.
Than a request to reveal it to the world.
Okay, so do we want to do that? Or do we want to, Tom, you're making a face. No? No? Okay, all right, so we're going to move this whole thing about the stop logic and the answering to a request for information.
I have one option to potentially. NAC recommends that the Census Bureau not prohibit a submission of an internet questionnaire due to the failure to answer all questions. Would that do it? Or is it really that we want to know how, because I do see the issue of, I don't know that the Census Bureau is going to come out and say, yes, if you answer X, like public.
I'm okay with that one. Would people vote yes on number 7? Is that okay? NAC recommends that the Census Bureau not prohibit a submission in an online questionnaire due to the failure to answer all questions. Should be an S at the end of that. Okay with that?
I'm okay with that, but I think Enrique just gave us the language by saying flow logic, and we could just say, please tell us what's the flow logic for online submissions.
Okay, so was everybody in favor of that last one? Say aye. Any nays, any abstentions? That one's passed. Okay, the magic is done. Thank you so much, Terry, for your patience. You know, let's applaud Terry because she's like amazing. I don't know how she does this.
And applaud Julie.
Oh, thank you.
I have one more action item. Please don't vacate the room yet. This will be fast. In order for our request for information to be considered, we're being asked to acknowledge and approve them as being part of this submission. So can I have everyone's vote as an aye? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, I think we have a complete package. This was like the Olympics. Thank you, Julie. That was a great first
Thank you, everyone.
ride. And thanks, everyone, for staying in the room.
And according
Give your
to,
name back, sir.
according to federal law, it is required for me to close the meeting, but before I do, I have just a few general housekeeping matters. Thank you all very much for a engaging meeting. I want everyone to know that the next meeting of the NAC is May 2nd through 3rd of 2019. Please leave your name badges on the table. Please leave your yellow lanyards at the security desk in the lobby. And if you have any travel packages, please give them to Enid at the back table or email them to Enid. This concludes the NAC 2008 fall proceedings. Thank you to all the staff who made this possible. Just a reminder, the bus leaves in 15, oh yeah, thank you to the staff. The bus leaves in 15 minutes. It's going to make 2 stops, first at Reagan National Airport and then at the hotel. The airport should be 2:45, the hotel should be 3:15, and safe travels. The meeting is adjourned.